Oh wait, hold on. Okay, yeah. Alright. Yes, Ron, what's going on?
Do you remember how to jump?
Alert. Prison escape.
Sweet Sue, how we doing?
Ooh, that's a high ledge. Try jumping once, then jump again while in the air to reach that one.
You are in a restricted sector. This sector is on high alert.
If you duck before you jump,
Woke up 5 minutes ago. Nice, nice.
to reach the top of this ledge, Jack. Jack, do your stuff.
We're beginning our sweep. We're moving in.
Surrender yourself. You are under arrest.
Start with a random question, but do you prefer hard or soft magic? I don't really have a strong opinion because I haven't really engaged with a lot of like fantasy media that deals with like magic. Now that you got me on the spot, probably soft magic, because I think like when writing a story, it can be like easier to go with like into new weird places and just be like, use the justification as like, yeah, it's just a magic. Like it can be used as a cop-out, but I think it's easier to like go new and interesting places when like you don't have such a strict system yet to you have to adhere to. And when it comes to like, you know, having to adhere to such a strict system, it often the system being so strict and like tight, I guess, becomes more of a focus instead of like story, you know, like the system itself becomes a focus instead of what function it serves. I don't know, that's just some disconnected ideas you just made me think of. Assuming you're talking about soft and hard magic systems in terms of like stories. If you're talking about something completely different, I don't know. Depends on the story of the medium, yeah, pretty much. I just like I'm thinking of like Kingdom Hearts, and I can't imagine that series having a hard magic system, or like having to adhere to like such a strict set of rules in terms like of what can be done, because like the series would just go nowhere. Like I feel like just suspending your disbelief in service of going interesting places with the story is much more interesting than making sure like your systems are really like cohesive or whatever. Not saying you should be a lazy storyteller or whatever, but yeah, I nailed the point. Let's go. See, I got good opinions. I'm a video essay person, right? Right? It's okay. I'll finish the boggy swamp video one day. You know, all that being said, I do think Kingdom Hearts did go way too loosey-goosey with its fucking rules come Dream Drop Distance, but that's just when the writing as a whole took a sharp nosedive, but I don't think a hard magic system would have fixed that.
Good job. The crate had a health pack inside. Pick it up. You'll want to keep healthy, Jack, or who'll do the fighting?
I prefer soft magic because, like, in the real world, the beauty of a magic for me is not knowing the trick behind it. Yeah, sure, yeah. Also, if someone could, like, keep tabs, maybe, for me, on Naughty Dog's Twitter, just to see if they post anything. If they do, it'll probably be in the next number of hours. Probably, I mean, not probably, I don't know. Hopefully before I finish the game tonight. I love how most video essayists have that tone where they think they're so objectively correct about what it is they're making.
Let's go back to the city.
It's because we are. Only the good ones though, the bad ones aren't. They're all wrong. And only I determine which ones are good.
It's good to see you still alive.
Man carrying thing channel ruined video essays for me. I don't know what that is. Man carrying thing? Maybe that sounds familiar, I'm not sure. Or real question, are they even going to acknowledge Jak II is 20th? Like, it's one thing with TPL because the birth of the series, but I don't know with Jak II. I mean, yesterday they acknowledged the 14th anniversary of Uncharted 2, so I don't know, maybe. It's not outside the realm of possibility. The PlayStation UK Twitter account posted about Jak II, so that's nice. I've just been reposting a bunch of fan art. Yeah. Oh no, wait, no, I think I do know that one. Was it like, was one of them like, here is why SpongeBob is a scathing critique on neoliberal capitalism. Part 1, the Industrial Revolution, and that was the whole video. Something like that. It might not have been that specific guy, but I love videos like that. Yeah? Okay, yeah. That being said, I do plan on releasing a 3-hour video on a singular level from the Jumpy Wahoo game that no one cares about, so...
Exiting city.
Those are metalheads.
The most surprising thing to me about that is the vlog video at the moment is only 3 hours. No, it's actually 0 hours because I've barely written the script. Realistically, it'll be at least an hour, I think. That's just my rough estimate. I don't... How's my favorite nocturnal Aussie? I wasn't even going to stream today. I've just been in a cunt of a mood, but... I watched some Smosh and now I feel better. So I was like, ah, fuck it. Let's just do it, you know. Look, what you need to know about how I make videos is I make them up on the spot, like as I go. I make them up as I go. So while I have like a basic general skeleton of an idea of a video in my head, and I've written like disparate parts of each section in my head, I have no idea if I'm going to think up like 7 different news sections as I'm writing it and extend the length by 4 hours, you know. Laughter and nostalgia is truly the best message. I mean, I was watching the new stuff because the new shit's good now. I don't know if it ever got bad. I stopped watching when I was like 14 or whatever, but now that Anthony's back, it's like, oh man, it's so cool. And it's really funny. It's like really good.
Entering Haven City.
I actually used the dive in melee combat, did I? I don't remember. It would be really cool if, like, you could take Jack's movement and, like, make a game around it and, like, implement systems and physics and stuff with enemies that make it sort of like a fighting game and have, like, actual combos. Because, like, you know, you can chain Jack's moves together. It'd be really cool to, like, make Jack's movement core to the combat. I don't know how you'd go about doing that. You'd probably have to make some tweaks to Jack's actual moves. Hey there, French. Hey, Dizzle man. Finally awake from stream. How am I doing? I've been better, but we're playing the Jumpy Wahoos. I haven't even looked at OBS, and we seem to be fine. Just describe DMC. No, I didn't. DMC has a sword. Jack doesn't have a sword. And you can't tell me about, like, you know, the Ifrit gauntlets or Beowulf or anything like that, because that's not what I mean either. Nostalgic Ape, how we doing? Waiting for the annual Jak II tweet. Yeah, we'll cover it if it happens.
Unauthorized use of Fortress Door. Activating security tank.
Man, that sucked. Keith, how we doing? In which fighting game would I like to see Jack? For me, it's Guilty Gear. I don't play fighting games, so I have no opinion. I'll tell you what. PlayStation All Stars Battle Royale 2. You gonna move that cursor or what? Love how a random Naughty Dog social media intern made a tweet about Jak II. Is something we're also so excited about. Yeah. I have a feeling that they know that as well. Like, I don't know, just the way that they interacted with us on Jak Month. Like the fact that they took like an hour or two to like post about Jak and everything, and then reply to a bunch of tweets about Jak and Jak Month and stuff. You know, they didn't have to do that. So I feel like they know that this is about all we get, and that it excites us, sort of thing, you know. Seeing Jak II streaming reminds me of watching your Jak II Deathless streams. I mean, every time I've been streaming Jak II lately has been Deathless. I just don't put it in the stream title anymore. And we're on hero mode, so you know. There we go.
Alert. Backup cooling system failure. Emergency override initiated. Missile systems at critical overload. Failsafe not responding.
Hey man, we got 9 people here. No one's liked the stream yet. Broski. Oh, one person has.
The demolition duo has returned.
So I get a lot of random follows, and a lot of them are bots lately, but sometimes it's just like, huh? On Twitter, I mean. So, what do I think about Microsoft finally buying Activision Blizzard? I think it's horrible. I hate the monopolization of the games industry. It's really gross. And this isn't like, oh, PlayStation fanboy. Sony doing this shit is also fucking horrible. I hate it. And I hate that video gamers are so brainless that they have to wrap everything up in this culture war of us versus them, PlayStation gamers versus Xbox gamers, that they can't even like grasp the reality of what's happening, you know, and like they can't mount any actual valid criticisms. It's just all so man, I gotta tell you, my faith in humanity has been dwindling super quick this week. Like, holy shit, just no patience. Yeah, I got called a PlayStation fanboy many times for criticizing Microsoft's behavior. Yeah, because that's the immediate thing they jump to. Oh, but Sony did it, so it's okay if we do it. Or you're a hypocrite for calling it out if you like Sony. It's like, no, it's all bad. Fuck all of them. Like, these brands are not your friends. Oh my, I can't believe we have to say this in the year of our Lord, 2023. Quickly post this on Twitter. You mean Jimothy Ryan wasn't my friend? I sent him a happy retirement card. Jimothy. Oh god. I love how Microsoft buying Nintendo was a genuine goal for Phil Spencer, yet people have been defending that because Mario and Zelda on Game Pass. Back in the Sega vs Nintendo days, but seriously, nowadays we shouldn't be divided about greediness. You know, I wasn't alive in like back then, so I don't know what the actual culture of like gamers was back then, and how it manifested compared to today. But like, just looking at it from like a historical perspective, at least back then, the like console wars was like mainly like really charming ad campaigns of just the brands talking mad shit about each other. That is so funny, you know? Like nowadays, like Sony and Microsoft don't do anything like that because, you know, they're a faceless corporation with no personality, you know? Not to say Sega and Nintendo was like better back then or whatever. Corporation's a corporation. But like, you know, today, like, console wars are driven purely by fucking man children on Twitter. Mechanical number. How are we doing? Whatever happened to my deathless runs? I should do them again. Oh, I'm doing it right now. I just said earlier, like every time I've been streaming Jak II for the past like year, it's been a deathless attempt. On hero mode, no less. Like I've got all the guns and everything. I just I don't use them until I unlock them. It's like the one thing that I still want to achieve in this game is hero mode deathless single segment. You know, once I beat that, who knows if I'll ever play this again. Oh, and wait, you're asking whatever happened to them is I beat Jak II deathless, and then I beat Jak III deathless. Nothing happened to them. Like I beat the challenge. It's just, you know, once I beat Jak III deathless, it was like, man, I did that single segment. I should do that in Jak II as well. So that's why I came back to playing Jak II on stream. And you know, it's a good game, so. Nowadays, Sony and Microsoft just throw feces at each other in courtrooms and cry about how bad. Yeah, it's fuck. Hero mode hitless has a nicer ring to it. Psh, get out of here. Must have missed that. That was a while ago now. Before Jak month 2021 is when I beat Jak II deathless, and then I beat Jak III deathless not long after that. I have compilations of those streams on my second channel if you want to check out the successful attempts. Jak III fucking sucks if you didn't know. If I haven't made that clear enough. Ugh. Microsoft has the world record at the moment on the capitalism at needs percent speedrun. Bro.
Let's get across the bridge before they come back.
Post-pay PlayStation. Can you just tag me in it, maybe? Nah, I'll just find it. It's fine. You lying to me? I don't see nothing. Oh no, I saw this one. Yeah, PlayStation UK. Yeah. No, I saw that one. Yeah. I thought you meant the main PlayStation account because I already mentioned that earlier. The UK one. Yeah, 4 hours. I retweeted it too, so. I might be nostalgia blind, but Nintendo vs Sega wars actually had some identity. Like the consoles actually had personality and technical differences, so those wars felt different. Yeah, like you were genuinely getting different gaming experiences between the two consoles. Like they both excelled in different areas, like on a literal hardware level, you know. Dude, that was really good.
Stay close or we'll both be dead. There's the second scumbag.
And again, like the console wars back then had like some personality to it, you know, like Sega talking mad shit in their ad campaigns. That's so funny, you know. It's just so out of pocket, like. I don't know about you, but I think Jak III is the Jak game with the most potential in terms of gameplay and story if it had been done well. No, I agree, yeah. It's just disappointing that it wasn't.
Drop that lip cap while I hold them all. Great. No time to settle.
Talking how much you were thinking about Jak in general in your podcast really hit home, made me think about parts of my life being taken by things that don't really matter. Remind me what video that was, please? I haven't, look, I haven't uploaded anything in a long time, so I don't remember these things very well. Most of most things, most of the time when I talk about stuff, it's on stream nowadays. So, my last public podcast. Okay, I don't specifically remember talking about that though. But I've probably expanded upon it on stream, if I'm being honest. I kind of treat these like I treated those because it's just easier. Recently did a 4-player LAN of Jak X. It was a first for me. Actually had a lot. That sounds sick. Yeah. I've only ever played 2-player Jak X. Like locally. I've never played it online or anything. I really got to get around to trying that sometime. It'd be really cool if we could organize an event in my Discord where a bunch of us get together and play it online. That'd be really fun. Yeah, I'm in the Jak X Online Discord. I've just never gotten around to trying it out or anything. But I'm just saying, like, it'd be cool to organize some sort of event with, like, people in my Discord. Like, we all play together sort of thing. Like, you can do private games, can't you? Like, surely. I've never really played many online games, so... Man, am I praying for that PC port? Give it a few more months, it'll probably be done. It's pretty damn playable now. I mean, I could have played it today on stream, but I am kind of waiting for it to officially release to play it properly on stream. A big reason for that is like I don't want to like give people the false impression that it's out when it's not. If I'm playing it on stream. Really hope Jak X Open Goal happens for that. Make online for it easier. Oh yeah. I totally understand if they want to just stop at Jak 3. but I hope they do Jak X as well. I think that'd be really cool. Then again, if I am being completely honest, I would much prefer modding tools for the trilogy over a Jak X decomp. But like if I had to choose, but like I would want both. Like I don't think if they did a Jak X decomp, then no one would do tools. I just think you know, their efforts would be more appreciated in the tools aspect, I think, if they were willing to do that. You know, I can't speak for any of the open goal devs. I'm just talking out loud, thinking out loud. Have I ever thought of getting involved in the games industry, or do you only care about playing the game? I want to create. I like creating, just in general. You can't see it, but my guitar is literally on my. No, you can't see it. My guitar is literally on my bed. I'm a musician. Like I've written a number of songs. I've been in a couple bands. I like being creative. This channel like was a really good creative outlet for me for a while. And I still have like 1 or 2 more big creative projects I want to do through this channel. But I also like, just, you know, I just like creating, and like it comes in different forms, like whether it be music or YouTube videos, and lately I've really been thinking like, man, it'd be really cool to just make some really like small scale little indie titles, just like completely by hand, like on my own. Like I learn how to do everything, and just like make a really simple little thing. I think that'd be really cool, and I have some cool ideas. But also like doing these Jak open goal modding projects is like another big thing in game development, I think. Like just like rewriting Jak III is like a hugely creative and just like a big undertaking, right? So far I think it's been pretty rewarding, pretty fun. It just like in its own right. Haven't even like done any of the hard work. It's just been like a lot of discussions of where we should take the story and stuff. So yeah, like to answer your question, no, I don't want to be in the games industry. Fuck that. But using video games as a creative medium, like fuck yeah, I'd love to try something like that. I mean, from a pure preservation perspective, I think Jak X open goal is important. I disagree. I don't think decomps are important for preservation. I think it can be very valuable for preservation, but like, the games being on PC in and of itself isn't preservation, I think. Like, you know, 20 years from now, are these PC ports going to be around? You know, I just went past the mission. Like, are these going to be like, you know, like maintained or available? Like, will they just like, maybe they got DMCA'd and they're just fucking lost, you know? Aside from the people who already have it downloaded. Preservation's complicated. I think giving people more options in how to play these games is always a good thing. But yeah, I don't know. You know, a part of me feels like this should have been the first mission, after getting the scattergun. Because those fucking... the lightning rod metalheads are like so tough. And the scattergun is just not a good gun to use them for. Oh, I didn't go to the Oracle. I'm a fucking idiot. I thought I had Dark Bomb. I'm so dumb. Whatever. Is he stupid? Yes. I hate the lightning stick metalheads. Yeah, they're... I mean, I think they're fine enemies. It's just the context of using the scattergun against them is not great, especially because you don't have like the speed upgrade. So it's just like a really odd. And it leaves a bad first impression, I think, for people. They think like the scattergun's a really bad gun, and then they just never use it for the rest of the game. Curious why you don't want to be involved in a large-scale game. I could definitely see you as a creative director or in charge of a team to make. As you're very flattering. I appreciate that. I wouldn't want to be because the games industry is absolutely fucked. Just a really fucking awful industry. I don't envy anyone in AAA gaming, really. Like the working conditions and just like how you're treated as a developer, not only by like, you know, the higher ups and the industry itself, but also just the fucking gamers, you know? Just zero respect for the people who create this art for these people. Like just it's just contempt if you even so much as step out of line slightly and do something that doesn't 100% appeal to the average gamer. It's just fucking disgusting. There's I was about to say there's very few people I think lesser of, but there's a lot worse people in the world than fucking gamers, but holy fuck. I don't think very highly of them. Let's just say that. The insane deadlines I try to set for game development is terrible. Yeah, that too. Like, there's just so much where it's just like, nah, I'm good. Which is why, like, you know, if I wanted to be involved in game development at any scale, I'd want to either just make it independently, like I just make it, it's my own thing, or I work in a small team and it's an indie project. I don't want to be part of anything AAA where I'm beholden to publisher demands or anything like that. Definitely a culture of expendability for developers from both consumers and employers. Yeah. But, like, that's not unique to video games, really. I think it's just especially bad because, like, gaming has, like, zero, like, unions or anything concerning, like, you know, labor rights, you know? Like, it's all just fucking... It's really bad. It's, like, the same with the VFX industry, right? Hey, Cool Kickson. Being on an indie team is something I can genuinely consider. Yeah. I mean, like, you know, what we're going to put together is essentially going to be an indie team, but it's just going to be like fan projects. So. Sega in particular has screwed many games because of deadlines. Even to this day, they ruin games because of that. Yeah, like it's like the same reason. Like I don't feel comfortable. I I don't know. It's just a very deeply ingrained thing in me. I don't know if it's just something innate in me, or it's that punk rock ethos in me, or the fact that I'm a literal anarchist. I just don't like people telling me what to do. So the idea of like, and like, you know, I value video games like as an art form very highly. So the idea of like a fucking publisher having control over my creative decisions and how I would be like part of a project or whatever, fuck that. Just fuck it all the way off, you know, like not to like I don't hold any ill will towards people who do work in AAA games, like, and they're fine with that. Like not at all. It's just me personally. It's just if I'm going to be doing something creative, it's got to be entirely on my own terms. Or, you know, if it's a collaborative thing, you know, like I'm fine with that. Like I guess that is on my terms. It's the same reason why I'll never take a sponsorship on this channel, because I think it's fucking gross. I've talked about this before, but and it's the same with music, right? Like, you know, if I ever like make it big or whatever in music, I'd want to be putting music out independently, because there is that avenue. Like, you don't need to go through labels anymore. Like, they're completely. If you want to get your music out there, you can just do it on your own. You know, you don't have to have a label putting you in a contract in order to fucking record and release music and go on tour. You can just punk rock bands have been doing this for decades. Just do it all DIY, you know? It's I don't know, just DIY is just way the fuck cooler when it comes to art, I think. It's way more human. That goes for all art, I think. Music, video games, YouTube. I forget exactly, but I think the explanation was because VFX and game devs are such a new industry post-Reaganomics, which is why labor rights is so bad. From what I've heard as well, it's because like a lot of like you know how insufferable tech bros are? Well, you know, tech bros kind of founded the VFX industry, and they were like, oh man, nah, we don't need unions or rights. The free market will determine our worth. And look where we are. The most exploited fucking people in the entertainment industry. So. I have a lot of respect for what Todd Howard has done in the industry so far, but I think Skyrim, Fallout 4, and Starfield prove his game design ideals are outdated. Does he even do anything? Isn't he just a literal mouthpiece? Like, I don't hold any respect for this person. I don't care. I just ugh. Like I could be wrong, but I don't get the impression he did any like actual labor working on Starfield. Like, you kidding me? You think he actually like did any programming or anything? Could you imagine if someone was forcing you to get Boggy Swamp video done by a certain time? It would completely sap the passion out of your content, and we could miss out on so much. So, you know, it's interesting. I don't think deadlines are inherently a bad thing. It's just who's setting them, I think. So the last like big video I did, well, the last proper video I did was the last video I put out, the Klonoa one. Before that was the Jak and Daxter Iceberg. And I did have a deadline for that. It was, funny enough, I think it was October 14th. I could be completely wrong, but for Jack Month, we had a deadline in October to get videos done before like a certain date so we could organize their release throughout the event. And I had a deadline I had to fucking meet. But like, even if I missed that deadline, like, it had to be done before November because that's when the event was like happening, right? So I worked my absolute ass off to get that video done. I've never worked so hard on a project before, and I'm not gonna say it's my best work, but it's definitely like something I'm really fucking proud of. But like, you know, like that deadline, it was definitely, and like that deadline was really motivating. It really was, because like, never mind. It was motivating because like it was a deadline I set for myself because I thought it was important. It wasn't because like it wasn't like, you know, if you don't meet this deadline you'll be out of a job and you won't be able to feed yourself. Like that's coercive. Welcome to capitalism and all jobs. So like, you know, I think setting that deadline was fine. With this Boggy Swamp video, I haven't set myself a deadline because I want it to be perfect. Whereas with like every other video I've ever released, I haven't really cared about perfection because you really shouldn't. It's really unhealthy to be like to care about perfection when it comes to like any creative project. You know, I just get those videos out when they're good enough, you know. And I think that is the proper way of content creation. But this video specifically, I need to get it right. So that's why I haven't really concerned myself with like deadlines or anything like that. Because while they are a useful tool when they're self-imposed, I think I would just stress myself out too much. Spin facts about hating some suit having creative control over things we make. It's kind of why YouTube or media creation in general would be a dream career for me. Yeah, like that's why I think YouTube, at least in theory and like initially, was like such like an attractive thing, you know. Like you get to be a creative, make the things that interest you, and it's entirely on your terms, you know. Like dude, that's like the dream job for a creative, right? If you're into that specific sort of creative field, right? Like video creation. But it's like, you know, as time has gone on, see, I don't know, a lot like I don't disparage anyone for this, but like, you know, a lot of people do just treat it like a job because I kind of have to. And I not to disparage any creative or anything, because I totally get it, and I don't think there's anything. I just think that the presence of the obligation of it being a job kind of like corrupts the creative process in a way, I think. Not to say that like a work like a creative work is worse if like the person making it had to like work for a living. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I feel like human creativity is at its purest when it's done for its own sake, and external forces like a job or anything like that are just completely like out of the picture, you know? I think there are plenty of creatives who do work for a living where it isn't a problem. Like, you know, countless excellent creative people who do it for a living, and that like, and the fact that they're doing it for a living has no effect on their art. But it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, not everyone is affected by it, but it has that effect on some people. And that's why you get art or content or whatever that's just created because like, not because like the person making it felt like, oh yeah, I really wanted to make this. It was like, I got bills to pay, you know? Which is why like you just see so much content on YouTube. It just doesn't, so much of it just feels like filler. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to be careful because I'm not trying to like, I don't want to like talk shit about people who are just like trying to like make a living or, like I don't blame these people, you know? It's just the environment that we live in, and it sucks. And I wish things were different. I wish that all creativity was done purely for the sake of it. I wish all content was made because the person making it wanted to make it, you know? Hey, Limbo, how we doing? You should see the writing director for Bethesda and how he talks about how stories are worthless and the players will make paper airplanes out of it. So it doesn't matter how garbage their stories are. Oh my god. That is such a Bethesda thing to say. Alright, no worries, yes, Ron. We'll see you soon, maybe. How you doing, Zeke? Talking smack about other creators? Yes. They're all bad, except me. No, I just think the state of the world we're in is depressing as fuck. You know, it's the same with like, you know, taking sponsorships or whatever. I hold no ill content towards any YouTuber, creator, influencer, whatever that takes sponsorships, unless the brand is like really malicious or whatever. It just sucks that people are put in the position where they have to do that, and I would never do it because I personally just think it's really gross. Ayo, Sam Lake, happy 20th birthday and Max Payne 2. Yeah, I didn't fucking realize that today is not only the 20th anniversary of Jak II, but also Max Payne 2. Two, like, excellent sequels. Like, oh my god. Crazy. Maybe we should be playing that instead. Sorry, I wanted to check Naughty Dog's Twitter. I probably should just like open it, just have it open. Okay, yeah. Still radio silence. There we go. Come on. Oh yeah, wait. Yep, it's also. Okay, all good. I always think to myself about it, but I probably would take almost any kind of sponsorship. Nothing totally unethical, of course, if they offer a life-changing amount of money. Not that I want to, but you know, it is something that I have thought about a lot. You know, like, I have a friend who got a sponsorship from Raid Shadow Legends. It wasn't even like put like a spoken ad in your video. It was just like, it was a stream thing, like, hey, have this overlay on your stream and get some people to download the game. You know how much they fucking paid him? 800 Australian dollars. That is like that is like a lot of fucking money to me. You know, like I don't exactly make a lot of money, you know, so it's like, that's a lot of money. So it's like, I think about, like, you know, potential sponsor deals or whatever, like how much they potentially pay, and it's just like, man, can I really turn down like $3 grand for like a sponsor deal or whatever? I don't know how much that like, I don't know if they pay that much, but like, just hypothetically. And it sucks that I'm put in that position in the first place. I fucking hate it. 800 for a simple overlay, lol, why wouldn't you? Because I'd be shilling myself out for a game that I don't care about. Like, if I was to do it right, I'm a literal, like, video game, like, reviewer, essayist, whatever. My opinions are what you come here for on this channel. And to take a sponsorship from a video game, all that would be saying is, hey, you can buy my opinion. You know? Like, fuck that. That's so gross. Yeah, okay, I take it back. There's one creator in particular that I can think of where I'm just like, this is kind of gross, like, you know, just how willing you are to, like, accept sponsorships. Like, you know, I get it. Gotta feed your family, gotta fucking pay bills, whatever. But it's like, Alright, this one guy, I don't know if I should name him. I don't particularly care for him, I used to watch him a lot. But he's like a music channel, right? A music channel. Mainly talks about like, you know, underground like punk rock and hardcore. Not exactly mainstream stuff. But he'll just like straight-faced, without a hint of irony, I would like to thank Raid Shadow Legends for sponsoring today's video. A guy who doesn't play video games, has admitted to as much, on a channel that has nothing to do with video games, just takes a video game sponsorship. You know, part of like, isn't part of like doing a sponsorship or whatever, is the brand trying to signal to people like, hey, this person you like, they like our product. You know, like, it's just to this day, what is Raid Shadow Legends about? It's just a fucking gross mobile gacha game. Like all mobile games. Hey there, Max. So, I don't know, like, times like that where it's just like, it's very clear that they're literally willing to like sponsor with anyone. As long as they get a paycheck. That's when I get like, this is kind of gross, dude. But again, like, I get it. You got fucking bills to pay. No, I didn't. Oh, yes, I did. I'm a fucking idiot. Thank you, Daxter. I would lose all respect to people who do Raid Shadow Legend ads. It's not even a game, it's literally sponsoring gambling addiction. Yeah, I mean, that's all gacha games, right? You wouldn't even have to say anything about them though, right? I've seen some shit talk. The ad they have up. It's all... From what I understand, you have to like work very strictly within the bounds of what the brand demands of you. So once you've like recorded your segment, like your sponsored segment in a video and put it in the video, they need to watch the video and review it to make sure that it follows their standards. So I don't know. I have seen some people, you know, do like jokey ad reads, but I would imagine that's up to the brand. Like, it's different for each brand. Maybe the brand pays more if you do a really straight face like ad read where it's just like, you know, they give you the script or whatever. Don't know.
Hey, Sugar Plum.
Hey Alonzo, couldn't miss us. How is everything? We've been a bit of a Debbie Downer stream, haven't we? Just talking about... just been bitching. About the state of art under capitalism, pretty much. Yeah. I don't know. Jak II, whoa! I don't know. I haven't been feeling the best today or lately, so it's been You know, this stream doesn't feel as celebratory as it maybe should, but whatever. Bitching about art, true. Oh god. Not sure, I guess I'm clearly not an expert with the ad crap, just glad you're not a sellout. It's just, you know, that term I have such complicated feelings with, because it's like, I don't like using it because I feel like just using that term in and of itself is kind of lazy, because it implies so much. And if you genuinely do have a nuanced view on what you're criticizing and you just use sellout, the nuance doesn't come across. So I do think there are circumstances where you can quote unquote sell out and it's like a bad thing. But at the same time, I feel like so many people are too quick to use that word, especially like in music. In like underground scenes like punk, because what it usually ends up being used as is, oh, you're a band and you wanted to make money, you're a sellout. And that's kind of really gross. Like, it's, you know, it's like I said earlier, I think art is best when people make it purely because they want to, but at the same time it's like, I want artists to be paid for their work, you know. But you know, there are genuinely times where I think people do sell out in like the derogatory sense. Like that person I was talking about earlier, that channel that I guess I won't name for, I don't know, some semblance of decency or whatever. I think he is a bit of a fucking sellout. Like just unironically taking like literally any sponsorship regardless of topic or content or brand or whatever. It's just, you know, you can feel, you can just tell that it's just like, hey, I'm doing this because I want money, no other reason. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. kind of beat this point to the ground now. What do you think about the recent TLF concept art? I think it's really sick. It kind of reinvigorated like an interest in Lost Frontier. Initially, like the Jak projects we were going to do 1, 2, and 3 mods, remake the Lost Frontier, do like a MAR game where like it's like a sort of a DMC sort of style Jak game, and then make a Jak 4. Since we've been taking this direction with Jak III, I've abandoned those other 3 ideas. I didn't want to do a TLF remake, I didn't want to do a MAR game, and I have no idea if I want to do a Jak 4 at all, ever. Because I just haven't had a good enough idea for it to justify it. But like looking at that newly surfaced concept art for TLF, it was just like, damn, they really had something here. It would be a shame if like the TLF that we got was all that we got from it, you know? So it was like, I don't know, I just was having some ideas. I don't know. I think it's really cool. I just, it felt really surreal. Like, hey, this almost feels like new Jak content, you know? Like, just concept art, like new concept art for a game that never existed, you know? And those Dark Jak designs, holy shit. So cool. At this point, us fans need to come together and make a new Jak and Daxter game. I don't know. In an official sense, I just think any studio who's talented enough and is passionate enough about a Jak project and wants to do something new and unique with it, I think that's the only prerequisite for a new official Jak game. In terms of Jak fan projects, fuck yeah. Like we've got Open Goal. modding is like a thing now, fuck yeah, let's get a fuck ton of cool Jak fan projects, you know? I'm all for it. And if we never got a new official Jak game, but we've got all that, I'm perfectly fine with that. For me, I could become a temporary sellout / shield to ultimately create a sustainable life where I no longer need to do the selling out. Yeah, you know, yeah, it's a very personal thing. I would just, I kind of gave up on making YouTube like a career for me because I stopped caring so much. It's not something I'm super passionate about making my life, you know. So I view YouTube purely as something of a creative outlet. So I like money. Money's good. It helped me eat, and I buy anime booba figure with it. So it's not like I'm opposed to like making money or whatever, but it's not how I view this channel anymore. So like I just think tying down anything that I do on this channel behind like a brand or whatever, I would just feel gross. So, but I might have felt different like a couple years ago when I was like trying to make this like my career or whatever. Hope I didn't upset you about the sellout thing. I'm just not very educated about. Oh no, not at all. I just wanted to take your comment and make a broader point. Oh. This is the most amount of talking I've done in like a week and a half. Speaking of having artists being paid for their work, how do you feel about AI art or AI voice replacing voice actors? Speaking of not wanting to work in the AAA industry, just bomb it all to fucking hell. I've lost all respect for like all faith in humanity. Like the way that people have been treating artists concerning like AI art and stuff, or I shouldn't say AI art, AI generated images is just so fucking gross. Like just like the condescension and the fucking just how vile some of these people are towards like actual fucking artists when it comes to the topic of AI art is just fucking... You people don't deserve slop, you know? Like, oh my god.
Here they come. Let's get him.
Oh, sorry, Ashlyn.
Good shooting, Leroy.
Watching me.
Oh, sorry, Ashlyn was such worry in my voice. Yeah, worried that she was gonna shoot me. Because I don't want to have a fucking... I don't want to lose more health than I need to. Anyway, she didn't hit you back. Yeah, it depends how much of a cinch she's in, right? if she's like, you know, too busy dealing with metalheads to shoot me, she won't shoot me. So that's nice. AI art is dog shit and unethical, except some very specific use cases where it can be a tool, but even then it's too dangerous as of a term. It's like the term itself is so like, it's so inaccurate. It's not AI. Like, this is not real artificial intelligence. It's just computer algorithms. And again, it's not art, just on a, like a philosophical baseline level. Like, it's just not.
Decontamination complete.
So the term AI art is just like inaccurate on all fronts. So like if we are to use any terminology, I think AI generated images is better because it takes away that like facade of it being like a legitimate work of art, which it is not. At least then the only problem with the term is the fact that it's not actual AI, but like, you know, you call video game NPCs AI. You know, it's just how we've been using the term for a while. But yeah, like, you know, AI generated images and like voices and shit is like a legitimate fucking threat to like actual artists. How fucked is it, right? We get you know, the dream, the utopia was that technology would develop to automate away all the menial jobs in life so that humanity could pursue things meaningful and valuable like art. But what world do we live in? Automation has taken away the ability for humans to create the art they want to create. So now we're all stuck doing the menial jobs no one wants to do. Fucking cyberpunk isn't fiction. We're living in it. Ugh.
Suspicious activity in this sector.
But nobody's clipping through. So I will never forgive Cyberpunk 2077 for like naming. Well, I guess it's not 2077's fault because Cyberpunk was the name of the tabletop role-playing game that the game is based off of. I will never forgive it for muddying the term so much, where it's like if you Google Cyberpunk and you want to look at the genre, you have to specify Cyberpunk genre. Otherwise the game comes up. And now like the term Cyberpunk in the broader cultural context is a video game instead of an art movement. You know, just me being pedantic, but yeah, you can almost make a lot of AI works now, AI music, AI stories, now AI art, AI voices. You can almost make a lot of work with it. Games like Cyberpunk DLC or Starfield use AI cases. Wait, what? Starfield and Cyberpunk use AI? For what? You know, that's another thing where it's like, people have been like, oh, you know, I can think of a legitimate use case for like the use of AI in video games, having like a bunch of NPCs and they're all their dialogue is AI generated, so it's all fresh and like you can ask a random NPC anything and they can, and it's like, no, that's a horrible idea. Like, again, it just misses the point of art. Art is human creation and human expression. People just look at video games as content and content machines. Oh man, I can do this thing in this content. Oh man, wouldn't that be cool? Instead of, oh man, a human created this. That's so cool. It's just it just, again, misses the fucking point. A work is valuable because of what it is and what it isn't. Having a game where like just dialogue is just AI generated and you can have like an infinite experience with it or whatever. That's not art. It's just playing with a tool, playing with a piece of software. That's not immersive. Starfield and Cyberpunk use AI voices, but Starfield also uses AI chat to make story and quests. I have to go head for my Jackson. No worries, French. Have a good one. I haven't heard anything about this. Are you sure? Like the fucking like AI like quest lines or whatever. Like, I can understand there not being that much of an a backlash for that, but AI voices, like, that's legitimately like taking people's jobs away. I mean, so is like the dialogue, but like, I feel like I would have heard something about that if Starfield was doing that. All I've heard about Starfield so far is that it sucks. Who could have saw that coming? Oh, and fucking pronouns. That's all I've heard about Starfield. That it sucks and pronouns. Man, gamers do not deserve the slop they're given. Jesus Christ. Not like it connects to the internet, but pre-written quests. But there was a proven small cases that it uses AI, but people hate the game, and it was mostly for fixed blemishes, using small cases so people won't notice. And for Cyberpunk, they had to use AI because of the voice actor. Oh god. They didn't have to use an AI voice because the voice actor died. They chose to. Like, that is such a... Oh god. What was it? It was fucking The Flash or whatever that used fucking AI generated models of dead fucking actors. How fucking disrespectful. God, oh, did I mention how much hate I have just burning inside me for so much of this world? Why did I do that? It's just not cool. What did I do? I do believe Star Wars be doing the AI faces thing as well. Makes do you does anyone remember? I think it might have been like, I can't remember the exact celebrity, but it was like, I think it might have been Michael Jackson, but there was an uproar like a number of years ago where like someone was putting on like a virtual Michael Jackson like hologram live performance or whatever. And how like everyone kind of unanimously agreed how disrespectful that is to like parade around like a dead celebrity, like to bank off of people's nostalgia and make money off of a dead person's performances. And now everyone's just like, oh, whatever. It's just voice actors. Like, what the fuck? Well, not even that, just actors. Just what? Ugh. So over. It's so over. They could have at least given us UBI before taking all our jobs away, yeah. Or decommodified human needs, but what do I know? I just Hey, can what the fuck? Like, let's drop the facade. This isn't a Jak II stream. This is just a fucking bitching about global capitalism stream. I'm gonna read some theory to y'all. It's a quote that I read and it really resonated with me. All right, I gotta find it. Yeah, okay. So this is On Anarchism by Noam Chomsky. Just a quick thing. Actually, I'm not a great enthusiast of Marx, but one comment he made seems appropriate here. I'm quoting, so pardon the sexist language, but somewhere or other he said, "Socialism is an effort to try and solve man's animal problems, and after having solved the animal problems, then we can face the human problems. But it's not a part of socialism to solve the human problems. Socialism is an effort to get you to the point where you can face the human problems. And I think the kind of thing you're concerned about is a human problem. And those are going to be there. Humans are very complicated creatures and have lots of ways of torturing themselves in their interpersonal relations. Everybody knows that without soap operas." What bars, hey, man. We haven't even solved the human problems. Like, humans like to, like, tout themselves as, yeah, we're such a sophisticated, developed species, but man, we haven't even solved, like, people being homeless, you know? Like, just a very fundamental, basic necessity for living is, like, having somewhere to sleep at night. Or having things to eat. We haven't even fucking solved that. We haven't solved fucking... Oh yeah, humans are so fucking sophisticated, we're still doing genocide. Oh, look at us. Racism is still a thing. Look at us, we're so good. Oh man. Fuck me. It all relates back to Jak II because Jak is overthrowing society right now. Yes, true. Jak II is the ultimate anarchist power fantasy. The ultimate Antifa power simulator. and Antifa Simulator 2003. Man, what? Man, if... Man, the only fucking annual games that we get is fucking bullshit sports games and Assassin's Creed. Why not fucking Antifa Simulator Jak II every year? Jesus. Makes me think how Amazon fucked up Lord of the Rings. Imagine having a great series like that only to die. Heavy creation, dragged through the mud like that. Man, it's what was it? Fucking Warner Bros. Like they're doing new stuff with like Harry Potter and some other property because just because we've had these properties not doing anything for a long time, so we're just gonna fucking do stuff with them. Like that again. It's all these fucking. That's all that these IP owners see art as. Just properties to make content out of, to make money. Not as artistic works. Nothing. Going to head off. Stream's been an interesting discussion. Hope we get a post soon. No worries, dude. Thanks for dropping by. Have a good night. Maybe I should check, yeah. Still nothing. But that's okay. Hey Yeshwant, you missed us reading Marx. Oh. You know, oh, Jay, how we doing? Peak gaming on display? For sure. This is on hero mode, by the way. It's the preferred way to play for the based gamer. I was just about to say, I'm probably going to be moving out in the next month or two, into a place that like will be relatively stable. I would hope. And I had the idea of like, man, wouldn't it be really cool if like we just did like some chill streams or whatever. I had my record player set up and I had like a dedicated camera on the record player, and it would have like, I would play like my video game vinyls like Klonoa or DeBlob or something. Like that'd just be like such a comfy chill stream environment. That'd be so cool. I don't know what we do in the meantime, but I just had that idea. I think it'd be kind of cool. Anyway, Jay, how we doing? Nice to see you, man. Do I have the DMC vinyl? That comes out in January. I still gotta pick it up. I'm torn though, because like, do I get the cool red one or the complete one, but it's just black vinyl? Or maybe both. Video games and nature help me temporarily escape our modern day problems. That's fair. Going outside is always nice. A lot more people should be doing it. Eee. Pretty good. I told you I'd wait for Jak II was done for Open Goal before playing it, but I couldn't help it. I played the whole thing on PC anyway. Ah, nice, nice. every month there's like they post like an update of like all the progress they've made, and every month I reinstall OpenGoal, so I get the benefits of the new fixes and stuff. So I can't remember what version you were on when you installed it, but were the barriers between sections of the city, were they the proper color? I think they were, because I don't remember them not being that way. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure then there shouldn't be many like noticeable differences. So it should be pretty complete. There's like a couple that you can notice, but I'm still waiting for it to properly release to play it on stream. And like actually fully play through it, because I want to play it on stream 100%. But like when I've just been playing around with it, you know. When do you think it's going to be finished? I am imagining only a few months away at this point. I think so too. Hey there, King David. I would say before the end of the year isn't unrealistic. Just judging from what I'm privy to. But like don't get your hopes up, sort of thing. Like, I don't want to make any grand claims. Like, oh yeah, they'll be done by the end of the year. You know. I don't think it's very far away though. I think I saw someone in the Discord say like before March is realistic. I don't know. I mean, the guy started work on Jak II as is, so it can't be too long. That was just, I think that was just some random guy just playing around, not like actually properly starting it. Man, if we can make a boss fight as good as this in Jak III, I'll be happy. This is a good ass fight. Are there mods for Jak I to have an HD HUD? That is the only issue I have with the first game on PC in widescreen. Do you mean like how it doesn't correctly like display in different aspect ratios? I don't think there's a fix for that. Hope everyone here finds their peace. Be safe, guys. No worries, King David. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure about the HUD. Really looking forward to making that Marauder Leader boss fight we're talking about, mostly because Virgil, Nilo, Angelo style fight in Jak. Yeah. You're talking custom Jak III fights. I'm not sure if I told you or whatever, but me and some mates are working on some mods for the trilogy. But like recently we've decided, instead of just like doing like some sort of DLC thing for Jak III, we're pretty much remaking the entire game, completely rewriting it. Absolutely like just overhauling the gameplay systems, everything. Pretty much gutting Haven City, like almost entirely. And going all in on the wasteland as the central focus of the gameplay, and really expanding the possibilities to be had there. And yeah, we've been talking about it a lot, and it's you know, it's a slow process, but it's something I'm really excited about. Consider me hyped up. Hell yeah. Did he just say thank Ma you're here? Maybe I missed that. A Breath of the Wild type Wasteland game. Did we? I mean I'm still not 100% sure on the approach to how the Wasteland is set up, but having it more exploration based instead of just, oh, you drive across it to go to a mission or whatever. Gonna do a video on my ideas. I did a number of streams where I sat down, I played through Jak III and took a bunch of notes of criticisms and just like generally talking about like the new ideas we've got and the like just general critique I had while playing. I compiled them into like a video, like an edited down video on my second channel if you want to check that out. I was saying this to Deity the other day, but it's like, you know, I did those whole streams where I played through the game and took notes of all the dumb plot shit. I feel like I could do it again and just and write a whole new document with new notes, just things I didn't notice the first time. Jak III is so busted. Oh.
Okay, thanks. Good luck.
Crap, lore. Should have expanded old lore. Lore wasn't really a problem I had with the 3. It was just the awful writing. And just the amount of contrivances, like, oh my god. There's just so many points in 3 where it's like, they needed the plot to advance, but they didn't have an elegant way of doing it, so they just... Jak goes through like some sort of teleporter, and then he just arrives at the next scene that he needs to be at, and there's no explanation. It's
Okay. Good luck.
The operation was a success. All underground members are safe. Come back to the hideout. I have information for you.
now I kind of don't want to see it because I don't want spoilers. We are many years out from finishing that project. Also keep in mind, this isn't something we're selling. This is purely a fan project. We're doing all this for free, so but yeah, like, you know, a lot of our ideas are still like in the very early stages. We've got a basic outline of what we want to achieve with the plot, and a very rough skeleton of how, of like the order of things. But we're still working things out. Oh yeah, we're cutting Errol entirely. we just couldn't make him work. It just Look, I wanted to make him Virgil as well, but we just couldn't. And you know what? Since cutting him, I've had a lot less headaches. So Errol did kind of show up out of nowhere, though. Yeah, I think there's a world where he could have worked. It's just, I think he's incompatible with the stuff in the game that we do want to keep. That's actually good. like I don't think I don't think the way that we wanted to do Errol would have worked in a game set in the wasteland with the Dark Makers and Vega as like the villains. I don't think Errol works in that context. So sorry.
Opening outer shield.
So you guys gonna add new guns, areas, and vehicles? New areas, definitely. We're cutting Haven City down to like a literal single area, like one level that we do a couple missions in towards the end of the game, and that's it. It's not gonna be like a secondary hub or anything like that. My bottle of water sounds the same as yours. What does it even mean? New guns, probably not. We're okay. At the moment, the idea is to cut all of the guns except for the 4 that were in Jak II, and just expand upon what Jak II gave us. Maybe add like some alternate firing potential or whatever. I should have dark blasted, whatever. I don't know, something to spice up the gunplay, like in a small way, instead of like just adding like screen nukes, you know. I'm honestly even like open to the idea of just having 4 entirely new guns, you know, but I don't know. What platform? Well, this is going to be a mod for Open Goal, so it'll be on PC. Oh, I love that you can combo breaking the boxes into a Wastelander move. That's so sick. Fuck. Use a dive in combat again. It's like the second time I've ever seen something. I mean, I've been doing it a bit this stream just to try and spice it up. I've been kind of eating shit though. Because like the move... Like that's a sick move.
Decontamination complete.
Hear me out. Errol decides that he needs more power and gets a katana and a blue coat and tells Jak that Mike controls everything and stabs him. Then Jak gets like Jak.
Get to see this shadow. What do you gotta do around this place to get noticed?
I'm assuming it's going to need AI voice. Have you not been watching this stream so far? We dedicated a very lengthy portion of this stream bitching about how AI created things are not art and how they're harmful and take away jobs from creative people who desperately need work, and how it's fucking over art and the art industry. You really think we'd be using AI for these? Oh my god. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you out, but like, oh my god. Actually triggered. No, we're gonna get, like, we'll just fucking get some fans. Ah. Broski. Or humans could move past needing jobs. Ah, my anarcho-syndicalist brethren. You get it. Wait, no, it's anarcho-syndicalism is well, a syndicate is like a big union, so I guess that implies the existence of jobs. Okay, my anarcho gay space communist brother, comrade.
The underground said you needed some help. You won't be able to catch those metalheads in the forest on foot, so I've left my jet board at the airlock near the city exit. Since you have
Do I remember your theory of Jak 1.5? I don't know what you're talking about, I'm sorry.
Nothing so far.
Well, here's a different political philosophical debate I keep thinking of, because we're learning about it in uni class. I have. What's chat's thoughts on meritocracy? What are Zeke's thoughts on meritocracy? Geez, I wonder. Oh yeah, hey, I've taken my old job too, but like, damn. Like, no, we're not going to be using AI for voice work or art or anything in our Jak projects. Like, we're not paying anyone for anything, but like, this is a fan project. It's meant to be collaborative, and like again, like, AI generated things are not art. I would feel gross having anything like that in a work that I worked on. Anyway, like, so to answer your question, what's your thoughts on meritocracy? It doesn't fucking exist, and anyone who pays attention, like, would know this. Like, if man, if meritocracy was true and existed, how come we have like systemic racism? You know, like, oh man, people. man, the Palestinians just didn't work hard enough to not get genocided. Fuck me. Black people in the US, man, they just didn't work hard enough to not have racist policy that affected them for generations. Man, Elon Musk. Man, he must have worked really, really hard to Oh my god. Man, what are your thoughts on meritocracy? Does it exist? No. Oh, really? What's your reason? Elon Musk. And you've won the argument. Holy shit. If merit had anything to do with a person's success, Elon Musk would have died a long time ago from his own stupidity. he would have shoved his fork into a toaster, not realizing. Oh my god. Man, I wish you'd no. Is Jak month again? Hey, Ornak. Not really. It like there's some sort of fan effort. Like, hey, like, let's like just post some Jak stuff this month for Jak II's 20th. But like the official Jak month, I guess, entity didn't really have anything to do with this. I was going to try and organize like just something small, like with me and some other people who have like in positions of power, I guess, like my friend who runs the eco-community Twitter account, and a friend of mine who is a mod in the Big Jak Discord. I was going to try and organize something, just something small, like maybe just a day or something. I kind of just let it escape me, and then I just it was just whatever. I just couldn't be bothered. But you know, like some people are like, you know, posting fan art and stuff, which is sick. I've been reposting it because it's cool shit. It literally can't exist. From early childhood, money is such a big factor in outcome, therefore there is no such thing. Well, yeah, like the idea of meritocracy, it's all down to someone's merit that determines how successful they are in life. And it's like, if you have even the smallest amount of education in sociology, you'd know this just isn't the case. Environmental systemic factors play a much larger role in the life of someone than their merit. Hey there, Luminar. That's basically the same argument I made during the debate in class, but I got too tired to keep it up and just played Pokemon on my laptop in the back room while the room became chaos. Jesus, yeah. What are you're in a poli-sci class? I'd be curious to know what the makeup of that class is ideologically. Or even like, you know, like the slant that the education gives. Because when I was taking my sociology classes, we were literally reading Marx. Well, not really. We were learning about Marx and learning his arguments and engaging with his critiques of capitalism and stuff. So, you know, very much grounded in reality. Why is Jay's reviews highlighted? I think it's because his channel is a verified one. Where they take the big rift in Jak II, part of Jak splits to watch his younger self from the beehive of his 9th birthday be Ma, run to the catacombs, be like Jak, turning me Jak 3. I haven't heard of your Jak 1.5. I was so built into the stereotype of debate kids and poli-sci majors being right-wing that I've met a couple of at least liberal leftists in those groups, and I was like, whoa, mind blown. No, it's actually been really cool, like at uni. All the sociology and gender studies classes I've had, we haven't had like any like shitheads or whatever. Like everyone's been like pretty much in agreement of like, you know, important progressive issues, at least in discussion, right? Like in our sociology class when we talked about, you know, like how much environment shapes a person's outcomes. No one in class was just like, but the free market, bro. No, it's just we live in a meritocracy. I don't know, maybe someone in the class believes that. They just didn't voice it. I don't know, but surprisingly quite mixed. The professor is clearly a leftist, but there's quite a few outspoken moderates and conservatives in the class. and most of the others seem to only be slightly liberal. Oh yeah, then again, you do live in Florida, don't you? I have a feminism class this semester, and that's mostly uniform liberal leftist classes I have, yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't see many conservatives taking a feminism class or a gender studies class. What is your major? I wonder for what class. My major? So I'm on break at the moment. I dropped this semester of uni just because it was too much. But I'm gonna go back next semester. I'm majoring in Japanese studies. But I've been taking a bunch of other courses that interest me. I was taking a game dev course this semester that I was really enjoying, but I just couldn't keep up. Anime? Yes. Japanese studies is just watching anime, correct. Oh. Goodbye, I have to go buy milk. Does that mean you're never coming back? It's okay. Have a good one. Double major in English literature and political science. I would love to take like an English literature class. It's just, man, all the English literature classes in my uni seem so boring. Like a whole chunk of it was reading Shakespeare. It's just like, really? Oh, we have to. Well, you're both in Tampa. We're both watching Australian Zeke. Damn. Well, if I ever come to America, I'll be. Well, I won't visit Florida. They'll behead me. But if I was ever feeling up to it, I could meet 2 online friends in the one place.
Hey, Sandboy, hurry up and get in. We'll take you to Bruta.
Keep away from me!
Get more cruisers in here. Suspect in view. Call in more help back.
Here's another beast of burden.
High speed chasing. Flag is sector 5. Suspect in view.
Whoa, Jesus.
Vehicle, buddy, we can save you.
There's a mosquito. I will check Twitter again after this mission. It's 3 a.m. I can't remember the exact time that they tweeted for Jak I's 20th.
Little RG warrior, you have to.
Still nothing. I'll keep an eye on it though.
Nothing so far.
Wait, what? You guys go to the same university? Are you serious?
Activity in the sector.
I always found it odd how you deliver the lurkers to Bruder in this mission, but in the other one, they go to those cellar things. Yeah, it's kind of odd.
Suspect's description. Sweeping for suspect.
Attention, my loyal citizens.
Patrolling sector 9.
The lurker missions and the mech missions are the only ones I don't like playing at this point, and the turret one, of course. I respect the mech missions for trying something new, and the fact that they're still very dynamic. They're not just like, okay, you're doing this one set gameplay style now. Have fun, kiddo. You still like get out of the mech and do stuff as Jak, and it's still very back and forth. They're not very fun though. Well, okay, that does not apply to the underwater one, which is at least one of the big reasons it's the worst mission. The lurker missions, I think, you know, as a one-off mission, it's fine. Fits well within this sandbox of abilities and tools. I think it's a fine mission. The fact that it happens twice is kind of lame. And the turret mission sucks, yeah. You two should like meet up at school sometime and take a picture and send it to me, and then I'll get and then I'll say, oh, that's really cute, and then I'll get jealous so I can't meet my friends in real life. I hate that. Do you realize that you can draw with pen and paper the whole map of the main Jak games? Our mind is amazing. How long do you think it will take to draw Jak II's map? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, you can draw anything you want. You can draw anything. Anything's possible. to draw. I'm pretty sure I'm insanely doxable because I openly use my first name. And how many Yashwants are there? Okay, yeah, maybe don't like just announce in a public setting the school you go to and where exactly you park. Probably not the best idea. Like, create a basic map of your own. Not only Jak, but think about it. How many games could you cartograph? Do you mean like just drawing out the layout of a level or something? I mean, probably have to end up doing that for when we do Jak III. Yeah? I mean, I've never done it before, but suppose. I've tried like using Minecraft as like a 3D drawing of like trying to like map out how I would craft a level, but I'm not good at that. I can't do it. The whole reason I went to that mission first was to get health, and then I fucking took a hit. Minecraft Pro builders use mods, not only creative mode. I mean, yeah, but I mean like just using Minecraft as a tool to like to draft out a level. That's what I meant. I just I can't be very creative in Minecraft, I guess. But like, then again, I've never like designed a level on my own. I mean, I guess I have. I've made plenty of Little Big Planet levels. Should play those on stream sometime. I doubt I have my PS3 levels anymore, but I've got my PSP one still. So good. It's kind of a shame that the lightning rod guys don't appear anymore after this, because they're so bulky in hero mode. Like, I've got so much health and I love fighting them. Like with the blaster. Oh, it's so good. My informant tells me in possibly 7 minutes Naughty Dog will tweet. I have an insider. Speaking of Minecraft, there are now whole game development teams in charge of making those stupid maps they sell on the Minecraft marketplace for thousands of dollars. I just find that utterly insane. I mean, that's kind of cool. Like imagine just like being paid to play Minecraft for a living, I guess. I mean, you're not really playing it, but you know.
Nothing so far.
Speaking of Minecraft, there's a certain someone in chat who made this like really awesome, highly edited, high quality video of getting the platinum trophy on the PS3 version of Minecraft. His name's Moonsout. You might have seen him in chat. You should go all subscribe to him and watch that video. It's very good. And a certain other person might have been in that video. I'm not asking. I'm telling. I'm ordering. Go do it. Speaking of Minecraft, review Jack Rule 34, please. My guy, you know the terms and conditions of me doing that. You know what my demands are.
I am the face of Haven City.
Bro, that Moons Out guy is such a sellout. Why, what do you do? I heard he would take Raid Shadow Legends ads. Yeah, true. Don't get me started, I got a new job. Don't tempt me with a good time, my friend. Alright. Let's do it. Best mission in the game. Fucking... Oh, I'm doing so bad. Oh my god, this is horse shit. Oh my god, I'm doing so horrible. How's that guy not dead? that guy got shot like 4 times. Oh my god. Jak II's hit in depth. Yeah, true. I just shot him right out of the air. That was so good. Oh my god, don't fucking tell me I'm gonna die on this mission. I don't remember the last time I died on this mission. Fucking hell. I just got so humbled just then. Oh my god. Man, I like semi-regularly beat that mission, no damage. Oh my god, I feel really arse right now. That just like, from the start, that just felt off. Oh man. Not my best performance. We need to renegotiate the terms of that? No, 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 no. You know my terms. I think that's fair. Alright, I can just go up. Hey, Lumina. Won't go outside. Plans changed. Okay. Just use X chocolate. Naughty Dog tweeted yet? Hey yo, they did 4 seconds ago. Oh my god. It's been 20 years since Jak and Daxter first made their way to Haven City. Was I the first one to comment? I was the first one to like. I wasn't the first to comment. Okay, let me that's the one. Here we go. Oh, the game's still there. Okay. But, yeah, whoa, check out this image. Isn't that cute? This awesome Jak II 20th anniversary art was created by Naughty Dog's own Jay Dietrich. I probably didn't pronounce that right. This is so cute. Man, that's sick. Anyway, we got our post. Hell yeah. Replies suck though. I don't expect anything better from the Jak community than just, man, why don't we get a new game? Oh, here's me sad with a gif that I don't have a new game. Nice, we got a tweet. How about a new game? Ha 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 ha.
Decontamination complete.
This art is very good. AI could never. That's not the point. The point is it's not art. But yes, true. Wow, dude, there are AI artists with families, yeah? Well, their families should be very disappointed. I'm gonna make a video about that. Maybe like a rant about Jak and Daxter hate, maybe. Shut the fuck up.
Metalheads must die. Work hard and be
It's not like Naughty Dog is gonna bankrupt if they do The Lost Frontier too. I didn't even look at the comments really. Xbox better games. Jesus Christ. That's one of the very first replies. Oh my god.
I've got suspicious activity in this sector.
Anyway. What flag is hanging on my wall? No, yeah, that's a curtain. About the whole new game thing, I can't lie, when I saw the recent TLF concept art, I was low-key sad because I kept thinking about what it could have been. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Like, I wish Naughty Dog could have fulfilled their vision on the project, because from what little we've seen and from what little we've heard about their vision of it, it sounded sick. It's just a shame that they didn't get to flesh it out, you know?
We destroyed Crew's car.
Attention all citizens. The Class 3 race is about to begin.
Please advise. Suspect's description.
To be fair, game development is very expensive, so if the game is not successful in the eyes of the investor, companies could very well go bankrupt. I mean, yeah, obviously. We'll never know what they were cooking with the hulking STD, Dark Jack. STD? SDT. Jesus Christ. They're not going bankrupt if they do Jak II Electric Boogaloo. If they dedicated the same amount of time and resources into a new Jak game as they have been with The Last of Us, I think they would go bankrupt. There is not a market for it. If they did if a small subsection of Naughty Dog did like a small Jak project, like with an even smaller budget than like the recent Ratchets, sure, I don't think they'd go bankrupt, but that's obviously not what the studio wants to do, and that's what I care about the most. Hey man, what have we been saying this whole stream? Video games are made by artists, and I care about artists. So, I want them to make what they want. Wacky concept. Hey look, I hold no ill will to people who are genuinely just like, man, it'd be cool if we got another Jak game. Because yeah, sure, it would be. However, I do hold ill will to anyone who's like, man, we need a remake. Shut up. No, we don't. Just, no. If you like the game so much, go play it. Nothing's stopping you. You know, it's really odd how, like, in Jak II, Jak very rarely speaks during gameplay. Except for, like, these races. It's kind of weird. They wanted him to speak more during the gameplay. Like, there's cut lines, from, like, he would, like, speak every time he jacked a vehicle.
Congratulations, you will achieve the silver record.
When is this?
Patrolling Sector 9.
The artwork is cute, the Naughty Dog posted, but my brain can't figure out where Zeke's shoulder is. Is that just me? What do you mean? He's arm wrestling.
Be advised, I'm on foot.
His shoulder's right. He's got a shoulder pad with him, like the Metalhead skull.
Sweeping for suspects. This is unit
I'm actually really tired, so that must be why I can't see Sig's shoulder. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, I want to know if it was up to you to make a game about a character in the Jak series. It's not Jak or Daxter. Who would you choose? Ma. Maybe. I don't know. Look, I had some cool ideas for like a Ma game, but like as an official product, I think it would be a terrible idea. But also, I'm just thinking now, like, you know, a lot of the draw for the lore of these games is the intrigue and just like, and like the mystery. So like, just having a game where you play as this like this character who we know very little about on purpose would kind of ruin that, I think. But ultimately, like, I can't think of any character that would be a good fit. Oh, except maybe Kira. But like, I don't know what the gameplay for that would be. I think mainly a vehicle-based game for Kira might work. But again, like as like a proper game.
Hey kid, wait! Come back!
Like an officially licensed Sony game, AAA or whatever. I don't think you can make a Jak game without Jak and Daxter. Hey Alex, how we doing? Did you see the Naughty Dog tweet? Oh boy, we got one. Tom Johnson, the legacy. They posted some cute fan art. Well, not fan art. One of the Naughty Dog employees. Does that count as fan art? They posted some art. It is canon art. Yeah, it's true. They really did arm wrestle, guys. Could be a deviant outpost. No, the tweet says it's from one of our employees. I don't know, maybe they posted it to deviant. I don't know. Off again to rest. Bye. Okay, bye, Alex. Thanks for popping by.
Let's get these two to court. Samus told us to bring
The art style is so off. It's not trying to replicate Jak's art style.
area secure.
If it's a short spin-off, not a AAA game, price, I guess maybe a solo game about Torn escaping the KG, winning defects and joining the underground. See, literally, like, all of these ideas and stuff, like, could make for interesting stories, but video games, like, nah, like, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, comic books are a thing. Sly did that. Just as video games, like, I don't think you can have a game in this series without Jak and or Daxter. It'd just be incredibly weird. And feel kind of pointless. And I don't know why anyone would want that anyway. Like, why would you be like, man, I would really love this spin-off about this other character. Instead of, man, I would really love another game where I play as my boys.
Bust some heads.
No, don't do that.
We gotta break all the support cables.
Now, how about a game where we play as the warrior? And we fight Claw and lose. And then it's a crying simulator for 3 hours. And then the credits roll.
Grind on the support bases to break the cables.
Oh man, yeah, like, oh, we never see the grenade troopers again. I would really love to do like some challenge rooms or whatever for Jak II. And really like, really squeeze the combat potential out of it with some really challenging combat encounters. Oh, it'd be so much fun. Damn it. I got it once. It's okay, I'm happy. I don't have to get it again. Like mixing some, like mixing metalhead mobs with Crimson Guard ones, like, oh man. Maybe Kira can like make some like virtual gun courses for us, but like they're full like combat encounters, and that's like some bonus content. And because it's virtual, like it doesn't have to be canon that the Crimson Guard and Metalheads are fighting alongside each other, you know. Jak II Bloody Palace. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Except like they're actual like, it's not just like a circular room. It's like levels. I found evidence that city guards were supposed to use grenades, but there was probably a good reason for removing it. Maybe it was annoying in the city. I'd imagine it would be, especially because, like, you know, vehicles explode. I just want to say I hate those grenade KGs with a passion. Yeah, too bad. We're gonna use them. Man, I'm just sucking today. Man, we're gonna be able to get through this. I did want to beat this tonight, like regardless of deathless or not. Like I'm obviously trying to beat it deathless, but if we die, like whatever, we'll just keep playing. Man, we're gonna be able to make it. I'm tired. How old is it for you over there? How old is it for me? Yeah, it's 3:50 a.m. Oh, I've only been streaming. We haven't even been streaming 3 hours. Oh boy. Oh. Go sleep. 3:50 is early. Where's Jak II? I mean, I guess we got our Naughty Dog tweet.
Opening outer shield.
I think it is kind of notable, the difference of tweets compared to Jak 1 and 2's anniversaries. For Jak 1, we got a PlayStation article about the anniversary. We also had an unreleased trailer. And Naughty Dog, like, interacted with the fans on Twitter for a bit. This anniversary, it's more typical, just like a picture, recognizing it. Which, you know, is fine. I'm not, like, complaining or whatever. It's just notable that the 20th anniversary of the first game of, I guess, the series was a bit more noteworthy. That face when I saw Solar Eclipse, really? With TPL, it's the anniversary of the whole series, so it makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Like, I agree. I'm just pointing it out. Is there one today? Huh, didn't know. I guess it's different for different parts of the world, right? Yeah, Celestial body blocks the sun. Big whoop. I can block the sun with my hand too. So true. Why don't I play an open goal? I'm waiting for it to properly release before I play it on stream, because I want my first proper playthrough of it to be when it's finished, and I want to do 100% playthrough of it on stream. Plus, I don't want to give people the false impression that, like, hey, open goal's released, and I like have a bunch of people asking me, oh man, is it released? Yeah, now, like, can I play it yet? It's like, no, it's still not finished. I'd rather just avoid the headache. Whoa, Jack, he's spinny. Enemies? Hello? But even with TPL, there were people who took advantage of it before it was finished. I mean, yeah, I played it before it was finished as well. When I first played it on stream, it didn't even have sound. I don't know, I just want to save my first playthrough. Like, I've got it installed. I've played around with it. Where's this last guy? Check map? No, I don't want to check map. I know how to check map. I've done it many times. Doesn't it? Jesus. I want to find him. I'm a hunter. There he is. See? Only spawn if you check it. Aha, well. Zeke would have thought less of me if I checked the map. Alright, we've just got the run killer left. Oh. What are we thinking, peeps? Should I keep playing even if I die, or should we call it? Zeke, have the eyes. You are in possession to be able to witness the YouTube video that I uploaded closest to today. What? You saying you uploaded a new video? I watched the one where you drove around Haven City's Jak X map in Jak II. That was cool. YouTube censor? Weird. Fly it around. Oh, what? You drive a Zoomer as well as fly it.
I've got suspicious activity.
You have to keep playing for at least another hour and a half before I have work. Oh yeah, wait, Moon's out. What do you think of Sly 4 so far? I missed your stream. Fuck off! That part right there gives me such a lag spike, and the physics just like don't work sometimes. Jeez.
That's one well down. Time to go.
Don't blame the game, it is flawless. Uh-huh.
Three wells cut. Only three to go. That's the fourth well.
Please, Zeke, what? Please what? Its physics are consistent, not when it lags.
You got the fifth well. Only one to go.
Let's do the cool thing I never do.
Good toast, Jack.
Please do the swim in dark eco thing with the hoverboard when you're done. What does it matter? I already died.
Thank goodness you blew up those wells. I sure don't want any more metalheads coming around here. Good work, boys. I owe you one.
Game can drop frames if it feels like it is necessary, and that can indeed do stuff. If the game feels it is necessary. Yes, it's completely a choice whether or not the game drops frames. Sly 4, interesting. Like, there's some neat moments, but general movement feels floaty, and some dialogue character moments are mega cringe, but there are other moments where I see the vision. Yeah, I cannot stand any time anyone opens their fucking mouth in that game. Like, ugh. Alright, I'm not gonna get past this. Alright, not doing too bad, not doing too bad. Broski. That's my least favorite spawn spot. Up top to the left. Oh god. I fucking hate this. That went surprisingly well. But I still have 4 more chapters, so it could possibly get worse. How far did you get? Did you just finish Japan? I think in earlier versions, if you overheat, you couldn't shoot at all. I should check. Yeah. Just press R1 fast. That's what I do. Where'd he go? Fuck off. You know, I've never once died to these ship parts. Even on hero mode, I've never once died to them, I don't think. Man, that was a big explosion. I did finish Japan, but main reason I didn't go farther is because clue bottles are insanely hard. So I spent way too long doing that instead of the missions. The audio is so fricked for them, unlike in Sly 1 and 2. Yeah, I never got all of the collectibles in any of the missions. I just couldn't fucking find them. Yeah, no, it was the same for me. With Sly 4. Just fucking... Well, it might as well be Core's theme, like... Having the music for a boss fight just be a generic danger music is kind of lame. Like, the bosses should have their own themes. The Baron does. Baron 1 also uses this track. No. Baron 1 and Core are 2 different tracks. I'm fairly sure. You have to be like maybe a meter away to hear the clink clink of the bottles, so I decided that for chapter 2 and on, I was going to go back and use the guide of the collectibles after I beat the game first. That's fair. Baron 1... No, fucking... No, there's something... I can't remember. I was looking into it at some point. Oh man. Baron 1 drills ships and metal core all use danger 4. That's lame. I want to fix that. Oh wait, we could maybe use some of Josh Mansell's some of that music he released on Bandcamp for the drill platform mission. Maybe. Going to bed. Thank you for the stream, Zeke. No worries, Trajectory. Have a good night. I still barely even listened to the Bandcamp stuff. I bought the first volume. I forgot about the second one. Already talking about this one day and how Courtney's unique theme. Yeah, I know we were talking about it. It's just I seem to remember saying I think we should keep Cores as is because it's such a cool track. But now I can't remember what I wanted. Or maybe I said we keep the Barons as that because the Baron's second theme kind of builds upon that. And so we change the drill platform and Cores theme. Now I can't remember. Because I No, I swear to God, the Baron and Core use different tracks. I don't remember the guitars being so prominent in the Baron's theme. Because the guitars are so prominent in Cores. I need to look this up. Huh. I guess they are the same. Lame. Maybe I just remember the guitars more in Cores Boss because there's a lot less noise going on, so you can hear the guitars more. Whereas with the Baron's fight, there's a lot more sound effects, so you can really only hear the beat. Maybe that's it. This reminds me that people think TPL Final Boss music has 4 phases, but only has 3. I think people say 4 because like 4 ecos is like 4 phases in the fight. Yeah, but it's right. Yeah, I'm just explaining how people could get confused. I've been here since the start of the stream. Glad you're back for this. Yeah, I'm thinking of calling it though. I'm tired and I died, so yeah, I don't know. Hey, wait, so like I was just thinking that idea I had of like having like challenge levels with like unique and really difficult enemy encounters and stuff. What if like we just like we unlock them at like at a certain point in the story we'll unlock them and that's not what I meant to do. And like what they'll be is like there'll be like virtual training courses or whatever. And they'll be like we'll go back to like earlier levels that we've already been to, like Dead Town or Escaping the Prison, and those have been like redone with like a bunch of new enemy encounters, and they're like really difficult. I think that could be cool. No. Would like to hear Daily and Martin's thoughts on this first, though. Yeah, that's fine. If like we can just like go to the gun course and like have like maybe Kira set something up and like we have these like virtual training courses or whatever, I think there's nothing wrong with that. Sort of like the VR demos in Ratchet 3, but like they're full levels. Instead of the gun course, what if it was the Oracle you go to? Possibly. I just thought like having it be Kira would make sense. Because it's like a vision, I guess. Yeah, but like, you know, it's like, you know, it's virtual. That would kind of tie into the cyberpunk themes, right? Having like VR or whatever. We like jack in, you know? Maybe that can be a post-game thing, because that way we'll have all of the abilities and everything instead of partway through the story. Maybe that's how we justify post-game content. It's all like just virtual challenge missions or whatever. It's not actually canon to the story or whatever. Okay, see you, Lumina. Oh, I suppose, like, yeah, with the Oracle, it could be like a... Hey, you need training for the trials ahead. Test your skills. Or whatever. I feel like that'd be really easy to implement too, just like... Yeah, I don't know. Because we're not creating any new levels, we're just taking... Maybe we can like play around with the textures, maybe like have some sort of filters or whatever, make them all trippy, sort of like the Crash 4 levels, sort of. Not like, you know, weird screen filters or like fucking underwater or whatever, but... You know how in DMC3, how the boss rooms are whited out? Maybe. I wouldn't want to white out the levels. Because, like, you know, in DMC that's fine, because it's just like one room. It's a boss arena. Whereas, we'd be going through entire levels and platforming and stuff in this, so...
To all citizens of this great city, there is a monster among you, best. To all who defy me, I am watching you. I am everywhere. I am this city. This is your burial. I have been informed by the Ministry of Extreme.
I think a decent studio got hold of the franchise, streamlined the first 3 games, made them easier to digest, more cohesive. Sort of like Modern Warfare 1 and 2 remastered. No, I disagree. I think it's really dumb, to be honest. I was getting in an argument with someone on this about this on Twitter.
Forced labor will set you free. And to help you in your
But like basically, it's like those people who are like, they should make a Pokemon game where you start from Gen 1 and go through all of the regions and it's all one game. And just like, how the fuck would that work? No, I think the reason the Jak games are so special and artistically interesting is because they're so different from each other. Oh, it doesn't have to be one game? Oh, okay, misunderstood. But no, I think the games are fine. They don't need to be redone or remade or whatever. It's just, they're good games. And the reason that they're so interesting is because they're so weird and different. Jak 2 is only as good as it is because it is a sequel to Jak 1, I think. I think that's what makes it special. On top of just being like a super badass good game. I don't need them to be redone. You just said. Streamline the games, make them easier to digest, more cohesive, make the like remaster. I don't think there's anything to streamline. Also, like a remaster like Crash and Spyro. Well, those are remakes. Yeah, that's redoing them. I don't know. I think the games are perfectly fine. Just make them accessible on modern hardware. That's all you need. No, I understand it's fine. I don't blame you for the restrictions of YouTube chat.
the area is secure.
Open goal people doing God's work. Can't wait for Jak 2 to be done. Hell yeah. I love how the minimap just gets all confused and fucked up when you go out of bounds.
Justice is swift.
You'd literally be remaking the games as close to a port as possible, mainly updates to graphics like how we see with OpenGoal. Well, OpenGoal doesn't update the graphics, it just allows for higher resolutions and graphical settings. Whereas the Crash and Spyro Reignited and Insane Trilogy or whatever, those are full remakes, like they redid everything. Do you die? Just not a single life. Broski, I died forever ago. I literally hovered to the end of the last mission. I'm not playing the game properly anymore. I don't. It's fine. I can't believe I made such a stupid little mistake, but I still managed to get past the run killer. Ugh. What I mean by cohesive and streamlining, I mean there would be maybe more foreshadowing in the world as we explore. Little things like when the Oracle talk about Jack's light within, etc. We see more of this in Jak II. You're just bringing the games back in a retrospective style, if that makes sense. No fundamental changes. I don't really see the point. It seems like a lot of work for very little gain. Like I truly do think like I think one of the biggest reasons that Jak II is such an interesting game is because it's a sequel to the first game and because it just came out of fucking nowhere. Like, it's just such a punch in the guts, you know, like, man. Really just changed up the whole fucking thing. You know, just right out from under us. And I think that's so ballsy and so cool. Jak I has like slight allusions towards like the future with the oracles. And that you can kind of tie them into Jak 2 and 3, and I think that's cool. I don't think it was really intentional. I don't think that's what Naughty Dog were planning the whole time or whatever. But they set it up in a way where it's like, you know, it makes sense. And I think that's really cool. I don't think we really need anything more than that. Like, I hear people say like Canadian Guy A is like, you know what we should do? We should remake the games and make it so when we go from Jak 1's world to Jak 2's world, it's more gradual and it's not so sudden. It's like, fuck off. The reason it was cool is because it was sudden. If it was gradual, it would be like, why? But like, because it's so fucking in your face and sudden, it's like, man, that's so ballsy and so fucking... It's so punk rock, man. I agree it's what made it special back then, but if we look at a franchise to Star Wars, Lucas did go back and add things in and... Yeah, and everyone fucking hated that, dude. Like everyone hates all the revisions he made to Star Wars. People like, he just can't help himself. Like people just kept telling him to stop and he just wouldn't do it. He just wouldn't do it. Like there really is something to be said with the obsession of going back to older works to like add on to them or refine them further instead of just letting works exist, you know, like you just need to let them be. There's an excellent video by H Bomber Guy talking about director's cuts in movies, and I think it's a really, really good video that anyone who even remotely cares about art should watch, because he makes some really damning points about our relationship with art and how so many people do just view it as product to constantly be resold back to us, or like some creatives' desire to constantly go back to it to improve their previous works, and the inability to just let it be, just let it be, you know. Okay, hold on. It's ballsy at the time. Today it's like Vader being Luke's father. Oh, wait. And Are we gonna say that Darth Vader being Luke's father is like is not significant because like it's been done now? Like, is it cliche now that we're like so removed from it that the original doing of it is cliche and it's not groundbreaking? Like, what? Like with any art, I think it's very important to look at it with the appropriate historical context and recognize, like, damn, when this came out, man, it was groundbreaking. It did this new thing and it blew everyone's mind. And I think it's weird to sort of write it off as like cliche, I guess, because like it's like it was done so long ago and people have like, it's like such a common knowledge pop culture thing, I guess. I don't know. When it came out, it was groundbreaking and cool, but that's like limiting today's stories because we know Anakin is Vader. What? What do you mean? If Family Guy makes a joke about it, it's overdone. Well, as far as I'm aware, Family Guy never joked about Jak II, so. I still can't think of a single video game sequel that did anything near as ballsy as what Jak II did. Not a single one. But if someone does know one, please let me know. I'm genuinely curious. DMC2. Being bad isn't ballsy. Spore? No, no, a sequel. I'm talking like a sequel that did what Jak II did, like sort of like throw everything out and like do something like new and different, but like still in the same vein. Only one I can think of is Risk of Rain 2. I know that. I haven't played this. So I'll have to look into that. Okay, what I mean is that Vader's reveal works in a vacuum if you don't know anything about the films and you watch from 4 to 5. Yet today, a common way to watch the films is in chronological order, which many argue would ruin the Vader reveal. Well, yeah. Okay, I understand that, but what's your argument? What are you prescribing? Are you saying that... I slept but I'm back. Hey, Alex. Does Duke Nukem 3D count? I don't think so. I think Duke Nukem 3D felt more like an adaptation of that world and character more than like a genuine like sequel, especially because it's not the same. It wasn't the same devs, was it? Same with like the Wolfenstein games. I guess Doom 3 was kind of a bit like... I guess what sets Jak II apart is that Jak II was like a direct sequel that came out very soon after its predecessor. Whereas Doom 3 came out a long time after with like key figures of the original devs missing. I shouldn't play MGS2. Okay, yeah, that's fair, that's fair. My Star Wars. I wouldn't watch the films in chronological order because from 1 to 6, people watch the first 3 movies with the understanding whom the main character is. I mean, I advocate for release order with everything, video games, movies, because that way you can appreciate the things as they were intended, you know? My argument is that if they were to bring the Jak games back in a remaster remake style, they can do a bit more world building that makes the games more cohesive and closes any, if not most, loose ends. Okay, I'm sorry if I'm not following your argument, but I fail to see what that has to do with how that's analogous to Vader's reveal, like, working in a vacuum but doesn't work nowadays if people choose to view the Star Wars movies in a suboptimal order. I don't think anything is lost playing the Jak games as is. I don't think there's any, like, historical fuckery, I guess, that's like, oh man, Jak II isn't as groundbreaking as it was at release because, like, it's overdone and it's such like a well-known thing now, like with the Vader reveal. Because that was like my thing, right? Like, I think the reason that Jak is so unique and cool is because it did such like a ballsy thing at the time of its release, and I don't think it's any less ballsy today just because it was released all that time ago. Yeah, I don't know. All art needs to be viewed with historical context in mind, I think. Thought of another ballsy game sequel. Some of the early Final Fantasy games, with going from medieval fantasy to a more futuristic setting. I don't know, because with Final Fantasy, it was kind of a precedent that each game would take place in a different like story, you know. Whereas the Jak games is one story. Like, it follows these same characters in the same world, whereas Final Fantasy doesn't really do that. Your argument is that the shift from Jak 1 to Jak 2 has to be absolutely jarring. I'm saying that you can keep the essence, but you can add subtle foreshadowing within the world. Yeah, you can. I just don't see the point. Even if I think Jak 2 is by a small margin better than MGS2 as a whole, I do think MGS2 probably was more different sequel to the point it was insanely controversial. Look, don't spoil me on anything. Just give me a yes or no. But from what I understand, MGS2 still has largely similar gameplay to the first one though, whereas Jak 2 has very different gameplay, like completely different gameplay. The point is to give the developer reason to bring these games to life. Cohesion is the point. Yeah, but my argument is that the lack of cohesion is part of the artistic intent and interest. It's part of what makes Jak Jak. A large criticism of the franchise is how the first 2 games are jarring. Yeah, well, I think jarring isn't a bad thing. I don't agree the lack of cohesion with what makes Jak Jak. I think the essence of Jak and Daxter is the willingness to experiment, to defy expectation, to push the bounds of technology. And that's why I think Jak 3 sucks. Because it didn't do that. It just revels in Jak 2 too much. It didn't try and strike out and do its own unique thing.
Have faith in me.
This one never responded to me. Again, the shock was more cultural and story based, and the shock won't be there with remakes. See, that's the thing, right? Like, if they would, okay, let's take Star Wars, right? If they would like remake the Star Wars trilogy, like sort of like how video games do remakes, like new actors, new everything, they just remake it. Like the Vader reveal will have 0% the cultural impact that the original had, because what the original did was groundbreaking, whereas a remake would just be retreading over it and like doing it again. There's nothing groundbreaking or revolutionary there. And that's the same with like remaking, remastering, re-releasing the Jak games. Like none of those are going to be like as revolutionary or culturally impactful as the original, because it's been done. Jak II was done. They definitely played it safe, and the ending felt rushed. It also felt like they intended to kill the series if they tried, like they tried it with Crash Nitro Kart, if I'm remembering right, the Alien ending. You mean Team Racing? I never finished that game. I don't know, like Naughty Dog clearly intended to make more Jak games after 3. They made Jak X, and then they started making The Lost Frontier, and that just fell through. And then they started making a Jak 4, and that just didn't work out. Like, it was very clear, like, by the time Jak 3 came around, the team was itching to move on to new things. But it's not like, you know, they were like, okay, we're going to kill the series off with this one so we don't have to ever revisit it. Also, by cohesion between games, I also mean things like the layouts of Haven City between 2 and 3. I think that's more of just a plot hole than a lack of cohesion. I don't know. Maybe we're just getting caught up on terminology. I just think Jak 3 shouldn't have even done Haven City again, so that's just me. Especially because the series showed it can swap genre or swap feel. Yeah, like what? Like how many other fucking series just switches genre like the very next game, you know, and have it not feel completely cynical? Like a lot of people do think Jak 2 is a cynical sequel. I just wholeheartedly disagree. There's just too much love and effort and care went into this for it to just be like. And it's still like so damn unique. Like there's no way it's just a cynical ripoff, you know. I love the cynicism. The world is definitely cynical. It's a growing up. Did I say I didn't like the game as cynical? No, I said like people cynically say, like cynical people will say that Jak 2 is just a, like it's just a rip-off, like it's, yeah. Hey, Mr. Wheezy. I don't think Jak 2 is even that much of a cynical game, really. It's definitely not nihilistic, like it's hopeful. Like, we start in a very, like, the world is extremely hostile, you know, but it's not like, you know, the takeaway of the game is life sucks, deal with it. It's fight for what is right, and there's always hope, you know. And even for as dark as the world can get from its origins, it's still worth fighting for. Like there's such like a narrative here because of the like, again, I say this all the time. Jak II is as special as it is because it's a sequel to Jak I. Like there's such like a narrative here about like, no matter how dark and desolate your world becomes, it's always your home and it's worth fighting for. And like that message just wouldn't have worked as well if it wasn't a sequel to the first game. If Jak I just like didn't exist, or Jak II was just a standalone game, like that message just wouldn't have hit home as hard. And that's what I think makes it unique. And the fact that like the tone shift is so jarring and sudden for us, the player, think about how the characters felt. Like fucking hell, they didn't have time to adjust. There was no foreshadowing for it for the characters. Why should there be for us? Play Jak III first? Yeah. Well, you know. I think a lack of cohesion makes the games as interesting as it is. It makes all the games have so much character and identity rather than like feel like the same game 4 times. Yeah. Like I don't know if I'd say lack of cohesion. I'd say more individual identities, sort of thing. Like each game feels individual while still feeling like part of a greater whole. Whereas a game like Ratchet, like they all feel largely similar. They're just iterative. You know, Jak is I guess evolutionary. I don't know if that's the right word. The games evolve game to game, whereas Ratchet iterates. Like most sequels do, right? Jak II reinvents so much with a new world and lore. I don't understand folks who shrug it off as GEA clone and nothing more. It's a story about making a better future despite the circumstances. I think it's just they look at the superficial aspects, the fact that the gameplay changes and the tone change. They don't fully engage with with the actual content. You know, that requires playing the game. Hey there, Akirami. Happy 20th anniversary to Jak II, yeah. I played Jak II before Jak. Okay, you know, playing out of order with standing. If you play the games as the developers intended for them to be played, you know. Ugh. Like going to Forbidden Jungle and in the room with the hidden Powercell that you unlock the Blue Eco, there's like a cave painting of a metalhead or something. See, I don't see the point. I think it serves no purpose, and I think it actively takes away from like what Jak II tried to do and what it did. Like, obviously, I don't think, like, if the Jak games were to be re-released today, the Jak II would, like, hit as hard as it did with the twist that it did, like, 20 years ago. But I don't know, like, the jarringness was the point. I don't think foreshadowing it does it any favors. I think it just detracts. What's on my shirt, by the way? It's a shirt from a Twitter artist I like, Jen Lum. She's really cool. She does some really sick stuff. Reminds me of... Oh, Kaon, yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, she's really into Riot Girl, so that's kind of like the vibe. Like her nails, by the way, thank you. You have to look at the games as a piece of reinterpreted art like music. When people do covers, they have their own spin. Doesn't change anything for people who heard the original first. That's an interesting point. I think there's a difference though. When people do covers, it's like in tribute of the original artist. There's no like the understanding is there that it is a cover and it doesn't set out to replace the original. Whereas with video games, unless you're straight porting the game to another system, it's always a derivative work set out to replace the original. And with music, you can always seek out the original and listen to it. There's nothing stopping you from that. Whereas with video games, there's a myriad of things stopping you from playing the original if it's not available on modern hardware. And the only thing available is a derivative work. So I think there's a very big difference there. Covers of songs set out to pay tribute to and toy around creatively with someone else's ideas in a respectful manner. Remakes of video games seek out to replace the original. And I would argue there's very little respect in doing so. I think that the developers oftentimes do respect the original and try and do their best to honor it. But I think the practice of remaking is highly disrespectful. At least in our current gaming culture and how it's currently handled. Yeah, I do covers because I want to improve their music. Yeah, when people do covers, like, they do so because... Well, usually they do so because they really, really love the song and want... And... There's not a sense of like, oh man, this song is like so outdated and clunky. Man, let's do it again so it's like better now. Oh, that's so much better now. Now we don't have to listen to the original. Like, no one thinks that. It's just like an artist having their own take on it. And yeah. Does this song play on modern hardware? Yeah. It's like I said, right? If we were to take the Jimi Hendrix Experience's debut album from 1967, we look at it with a modern lens. It was one of the very first albums to have stereo, which is something we take for granted nowadays, and we have standards for. Back then, they were experimenting with it in some, to be considered today, strange ways. They would pan vocals entirely to the left ear, or drums entirely to the right. Not exactly what we would do nowadays. But imagine if the only way to listen to that original album was to track down an original copy of the vinyl and play it on a record player. There was no digital streaming for music. Well, there's literally no rips of it on YouTube because it gets taken down all the time. It is on Spotify. But just imagine there's no modern way to listen to it unless you track down an original copy of the vinyl. So now imagine someone else comes along, like some other 3-piece or whatever, and they recreate those compositions note for note with modern day recording software, techniques, equipment, and then release it everywhere. So everyone can now listen to the Jimi Hendrix Experience. Do you think listening to that, that you'd be listening to Jimi Hendrix? Well, you'd be listening to the things he wrote, but you wouldn't be listening to Jimi Hendrix. You'd be listening to someone else. Just like I don't think you'd be playing Jak II if you were playing a remake. If you'd only be playing Jak II if you were playing the original game. Are Jimi Hendrix's vocals on it? No, it's completely new people, completely redoing everything. Guitar, vocals, drums, bass, mixing, mastering, everything. Everything is completely redone, just like what they do in video games.
This is Unit Alpha. We're en route.
That's where I think music and video games differ. How so? Jak is a character, an idea, not a physical entity. No, I'm not talking about Jak the character. I'm talking about Jak II, the video game, the piece of work, the piece of art that was made. Just like the album, the Jimi Hendrix Experience, is a piece of art. It's not a person. It's a piece of art. I would pull... well, I don't have the first album. I have the second one. I'd pull it out, but I can't be bothered.
Roger that. We're making our sweep.
But redoing Jak II the way you said, a la Jimi Hendrix, wouldn't have that feeling. That feeling of not experiencing the original work. Mainly because Jimi Hendrix's album is amplified by the existence of Jimi Hendrix. I disagree. I think all art is equally a part of the artist that makes it. I think that I think we should treat all art like equally, right? Music isn't made better because a specific person wrote and played it. Just like I don't think art is made better just like a video game is made better just because a specific person worked on it. There are hundreds of devs that work on a game, yes, and they're all artists. They all collectively work together to create something as a whole. Jimi Hendrix didn't write everything on that album. He played in a band. Multiple people play in bands. Multiple people work on the mixing and the recording and the mastering. It's a collaborative effort. Most art is collaborative, and that's important. We can't attribute the work of many people down to one person. It's extremely reductive and disrespectful to the people who poured their labor and their heart and soul into it. Music is definitely made better or worse by who made it, worked on it. No, I highly disagree. I don't think like you can take, alright, let's take a melody of 4 notes, right? Now let's say I wrote that melody, but let's say, okay, I lied. Jimi Hendrix wrote that melody. Do you think the melody itself, the quality of the work, would be different depending on who wrote that melody? The melody's the same across both. There's no difference. It's the same melody. I don't think there's any difference. I tried to pay Zeke's Ko-fi link, but I guess YouTube doesn't allow that. Thanks for keeping the Jak scene alive. Look, I appreciate that. You don't need to do that. But yeah, YouTube doesn't allow links. You're looking at the raw melody, you're not looking at things like the intent, time, world context, etc. I'm looking at a piece of art. If the one melody is released as is, that's a work of art. I don't. But I just simplified it down to a singular melody to like eliminate external factors. Okay, let's say Jimi Hendrix wrote one song on his own. It was just guitar and vocals, maybe acoustic guitar or whatever. Just him on his own. Now let's say I wrote that Oh no, wait a sec. It was actually Jimi Hendrix. The quality of the work doesn't change just because someone else wrote it. Its importance might. Its historical significance might change. I'd say it would definitely change. But the quality, I don't think it does. Perception does change, yes. I don't think the quality does, though. Doesn't change in a vacuum as a piece of art. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Perception of it changes when you look at it. Yes, I think perception changes, but I don't think how we should treat it changes. I can't remember the point I was trying to... Wait, how did we get here? The point I was trying to make is that video game developers are artists, and it's all collaborative, just like it is with music and bands and stuff. And I think we should treat art as equal. We should look at video game artists with an equal amount of respect as musicians.
I've got suspicious activity in the sector.
Have I made a video about video games as a form of art yet? I haven't made a video about it, but I've talked about it plenty of times on stream. We're talking about remaking, rebooting the Jak games and making changes or improvements, for lack of a better term, to bring the games up to today's standard. Yeah, I just, hold on. Man, I've been going an hour longer than I thought it would be. Look, what I was trying to say is that if, okay, we take that hypothetical Jimi Hendrix remake album that I was talking about. I don't think you're listening to Jimi Hendrix's work if you do that. Like, if you're listening to that. Just like I don't think you're playing Jak II if you're playing a remake. I don't think you're listening to the Jimi Hendrix Experience, the album, if you're listening to the album remake. I think you're listening to the album remake. Just like, I don't think you're playing Crash Bandicoot 2 if you're playing Crash Bandicoot 2, the Insane Remake. I think they're two completely separate, distinct works. I agree with the Jimi Hendrix point. Yeah, and I think it applies across video games. I agree with Crash Bandicoot. Yeah, I just use Crash because we actually have an example of that. There's no Jak II remake. I think where video games differ is that the same people or other than the lead designers didn't work on all three. They were under the Naughty Dog banner. I don't see how that's any different from band members changing between albums. Would Tier Life have been perceived differently if it had been released under Naughty Dog? Perceived, yes. Quality, no. If the Lost Frontier released as is and Naughty Dog made it, I think there would have still... I think the quality would be the same. I think fans would still have been disappointed with it. I think fans would have been more... I think perception is important. Yes, it does change. I think fans would have been more disappointed with it if it was by Naughty Dog, as is.
This is Unit Alpha. We're en route.
Daxter by Ready at Dawn feels like a Jak game in the world, in my opinion. I mean, that's fine, yeah. Like, but that's not, that's kind of irrelevant because that's like a separate entry. It doesn't run into the same sort of problems that I'm bringing up. So if we get a Jak 4 today, even if released by Naughty Dog, would we not consider it part of the... That's not what I'm saying. I'm specifically talking about remakes. Like remakes, just remakes. I'm not talking about like new entries. Like new entries, that's an entirely different discussion, and I don't think it runs into any of these problems. I'm just talking about remakes. Video game remakes, music remakes, movie remakes, anything like that. Where you're taking one piece of art and doing it again. For the sake of replacing the original in the current day public consciousness. In what world would a remake be acceptable to you? To me? I think the only remakes that are artistically valid are ones that seek to use the original as an inspiration, a jumping off point to explore some different angle to a certain story or premise, and is completely wholly different experience from the original. Capcom style remakes, basically. Yeah, like Resident Evil 2 or 3. I'm not sure about the 1 and 4 remakes. They seem a bit too similar to the originals. It needs to stand on its own and not seek... It needs to be like... like a supplementary piece to the original experience, you know? You will have gained more from playing the original if you play this new, like, remake, you know? Because it's given broader context, a new take, a new spin. Something like that, you know? Is Zeke against video game remakes in general? Yes. Yes, I am. I can list all the ones I'm against. The Crash remakes, the Spy remakes, especially the Klonoa remakes. All of the Klonoa remakes, they're all trash. Yeah, all of them. They're just the first ones that popped into my head. I agree with that. That's pretty much what I'm trying to get across. But what you said is that you don't want to mess with the fundamentals of the Jak games. You just want to add some cohesive... Whoa, dude. That was sick. You just want to add some cohesive foreshadowing. But like keep the games largely exactly the same. You said like open goal, just make the graphics better. I don't know. I think the limitations of chat and text is catching up to us. Yes, but you wouldn't argue that's what the RE games did. So full disclosure, I haven't played the original REs or the RE remakes, but from what I understand, I think I did misinterpret your open goal point, but that's okay. From what I understand, if you playing RE2 remake is not a substitute for playing the original, because the experiences and the overall like intent is completely different. Did I dislike the PS3 Jak collection? Okay, so there is a difference between a remake and a remaster. Remasters are cool and based. I have my own like small gripes with them, but I think they're valid because remasters, they take an original and just touch it up without changing the core fundamentals, and I think that's okay. I mean, yeah, remakes are usually worse than the originals, but don't you think remakes bring more public attention to the originals so people get more inspired to play those? I don't care, if I'm being honest. If you want more public attention to the originals, port the originals and advertise them. I reject wholeheartedly that a remake is the only way that a game can experience new life and attract a new audience. I don't think that's I don't think it's necessary whatsoever. if you play the original games, you're effectively replaying them when the RE remakes are brought up to today's standards. I don't think so, because tank control, like the way you play the games are so completely different. Like they're almost different genres. The RE remakes are like third-person shooters, whereas the originals are like top-down, like, you know, tank-controlled horror games. Like that's a completely different way of play. Well, the Dead Space remake sold well. Yes, and I fucking hate it. I hate how lucrative these creatively devoid, soulless fucking retreads are. Like it's become the new thing where every fucking IP holder has to just remake the old stuff because they know there's an audience already there and it can sell well because people are so fucking desperate to relive a time when they were happier. I think that's why we disagree. Remastering versus remaking is a totally different ballpark when it comes to video games. No, I agree. I agree. Remasters are fine. I think remasters are good. The Metal Gear Solid Remaster Collection for PS3 didn't do as well as the MGS4 entry. I don't see how that's relevant. MGS4 is not a remake or remaster, it's a new entry. And when it comes to like this whole discussion, I don't care about sales or how well they do. I have a baseline moral objection to remakes. I just think they're entirely not legitimate as art. I think they can have artistic elements, like okay, let me rephrase that. It's not that I don't think they're art, I think they're anti-art. In the sense that they're not made with the same, for the same reasons that an original work is. Yes, your moral rejection is noted and agreed to an extent. However, we also have to recognize video games are a business, just like any other type of mass-produced art. Yeah, I don't see why the fact that it's a business means I can't critique it on those grounds. And like I was saying earlier in the stream, like I don't have a problem with like, you know, art made for profit. You know, I want artists to be paid for their work. But I think introducing that element to art is like a corruptive force. I think art is at its best when it's made by people who want to make it for the sake of making it, which is impossible given our current economic system. So, long story short, anarcho-communism, gay space communism, let's go. I know what you mean with the remakes, but I disagree. Most of the latest remakes are pretty anti-art, but it doesn't think it means that all remakes are anti-art. Like I said, I gave an example of what I think can be a valid remake. For example, like the Ratchet 2016 remake is... I think it's valid because it does do its own thing. It doesn't attempt to just retread over the exact same thing as the original game. It doesn't attempt to like be a replacement. It does largely do its own thing, but like in the context, I guess, or the initial premise of the original. It's just too bad it's a fucking awful game. The goal of remaking these games would be to catch people up to speed and to refresh the franchise, even if you're hitting the same story beats. Yeah, I don't see why you couldn't do that by just porting the games. Sorry. Like, I think it's a complete waste of resources to just make a game again. Like, the game was already made. Why are we doing it again? You know? Like, wouldn't it be a much better use of everyone's time, talent, and money to just make something new. You know? They already tried to port the games. Yeah, it's just the port job sucked. But like, okay, when it comes to Jak specifically, this is coming from the assumption that we need some new content, and I don't think that's the case. I think Jak is perfectly fine being a series that is finished, doesn't need any new entries and new releases, versions, blah blah blah. Like, just make sure the games are accessible. That's my only wish for them. I don't think every series needs to go into perpetuity. I think plenty of series are fine, just completely fine being finished and ended. I respect a series a lot more when it doesn't try to make a billion sequels and just run and just keeps going until it's milked dry. I just so wish Sly ended with Sly 3. Oh my god, it was perfect. People need to be eased into things. I think Jak could have gotten 1 or 2 more sequels. I mean, I don't deny it could have. I just don't think it's a necessity. And I reject this notion that people need to be eased into a series with remakes. Like, I don't even know where this comes from. People can just play the original games. Like, I understand there's a little bit of like disconnect because they're going back to an older time of games. And I would say get over it. I genuinely think that video game literacy is really like low. Like, people get like so accustomed to like new standards of play and stuff that like playing is something like even 5 years old, people are like, man, this is so outdated. It's I think I'm gonna how to catch you later, folks. Don't worry. Yes, Ron. And okay, but okay. Let's accept this fact then that people need to be eased into a series by having a remake, or people need to be reintroduced to a series with a remake. Whatever. Let's accept that this premise is true. That this is a necessity that needs to happen. Video games need to be remade because they need to have new audiences. Blah blah blah. Let's accept that's true. What happens 20 years after that remake? Do we just remake the remake? Do we just do another remake? When does this cycle end? When do we just accept that a game was released and that's that? I agree with the literacy point. Please make static videos about this. I'm more of a video watcher than a stream watcher. Yeah, look, I'm just a horrible YouTuber. I haven't uploaded a video in a year. I'm working on one though, very slowly, and it'll be good, trust me. COD 1 Warfare had 3 remakes and they still buy it. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I think the Jak remakes could have been even better. You know what? That is a good point. Yeah, I think they could have been, but they're not. And what the art is just as important as what it is, what a piece of art is just as important as what it isn't. What the work of art ultimately is speaks to the efforts of the artists, and because it's not as good as it maybe could have been, speaks to their talent. That maybe they weren't, or maybe not even their talent, but the context that it was created in. Maybe they didn't have enough time. Maybe they didn't have enough resources. Maybe the team wasn't managed well enough to be able to accomplish the things they wanted to. Maybe they just didn't have the talent. And that's fine. That's art, baby. Not everything can be not everything can be like the Mona Lisa, okay? People are limited in their capacity to create the things that they want. Or just be like, nothing can be perfect. And I think this seek for perfection in the content that we already love is leading us down to some really fucking gross paths, man. This inability to accept flaw as an integral part of art and art discourse. Oh man, it couldn't have been as good as, it's not as good as it could have been, or man, this one little flaw. Remake the whole thing. Do it all again. I don't think that's a healthy way of viewing art.
The area secure. You are safe?
I think we have yet to have a definitive version of the games. That's what's great about video games. I love games the way they are. I've played the games thousands of hours, as you have as well. So why shouldn't people try to do it again? Because it's already been done. Jak III can be improved a lot. Yeah, well, I'm doing that now. Me and some friends are remaking it, essentially. See, okay. Maybe I'm a bit of a hypocrite here, but I think that a fan recreation of a game is completely different. Completely different realm. And, okay, let's talk about... You know what? Let's talk about definitive edition. Definitive, because it kind of ties into this. I don't think anything could be the definitive version of Jak II except this. The original version that came out. This is Jak II. Jak II released on the PS3. Is Jak II by name? I'd love to get on a call and discuss this. Not tonight. Maybe some other time, maybe. That could be interesting. You can join my Discord and we can talk in there if you'd like. But yeah. This is Jak II. Jak II on PS3 or any other re-release. It's... I can't remember where I was going with this. Look, this is always a definitive version because this is Jak II. Jak II is the collective work of the people who worked on it in the context that it was released in. Any other re-release is a derivative work. Yeah. I think my faculties of reasoning are breaking down a bit. I will say though, the term definitive edition is just a marketing term. When I say definitive, I mean it completely divorced from however it's used in AAA gaming or whatever. GTA definitive edition, yeah, exactly. It's just marketing. Yeah, the definitive version of a game for me will always be the original. Okay, think about it. When this game came out, right? Let's think of the historical context. It was released for the PlayStation 2, the then cutting-edge game console. What display technology was this game made with in mind? Cathode ray tubes, CRT televisions. That's what this game was made with in mind. How the majority of people playing this game would be viewing it, right? So, I think the definitive way to play Jak II is on a PlayStation 2 on a CRT television, because that is how it was intended. Like, that's how the developers envisioned for it to be experienced. Prog scan went hard back in the day. I mean, yeah, like, this game has progressive scan. I'm running a progressive scan right now. I can run it on progressive scan on my CRT. You can't see it, it's just on the floor next to me, but that's the definitive version, the definitive way to play Jak II. Now, when I say definitive, I don't mean best. There are better ways to play Jak II. Open Goal is a better way to play Jak II. It's more convenient. It's more up to date with like modern graphic settings and customizability. Has mod support, all that cool shit that makes it like a better experience. It's not definitive though. Definitive is like what it is by definition. Jak II by definition is a PlayStation 2 game released on October 14th, 2003 for the PlayStation 2. I said PlayStation 2 twice. That is what is definitive. I agree with this point, however, you acknowledge the gamer brains are majority group brains. You have no idea how little I respect people who play video games. If you're here early in the stream, you would have heard me go on a whole fucking... Yes, I agree. Most people are goop brains. I make all my arguments solely divorced from any broader societal context unless I explicitly acknowledge it. I make all my I make all my fucking arguments purely from a moral, ethical vacuum frame point, I guess. I don't know. I don't think of other people being stupid when I make my arguments, because I respect the intelligence of my chat enough to engage with the arguments on their own merit. I'm looking for ways to revive the franchise. For me, for example, I know people who want Last of Us 3. I don't. Last of Us 2 for me was a perfect ending. There's much more to be explored. Jack has the same argument. Good stream off to bed, thanks. Okay, no worry, Akarima. Akademi. Have a good night. Look, I am of the opinion that a new Jack game could be cool. I don't think it's a necessity. I am perfectly content with the series as is. And if a new game was to be made, I would need it to justify its existence. I would need it. I don't necessarily think Naughty Dog needs to make it. Could be cool if they did. I think it'd be very interesting, if nothing else. But I think the prerequisite for a Jack game for me is that the team needs to be talented, incredibly talented, passionate about what they're working on, so they want to work on this. And it's what they want to do. And they need to like have their own take. They need to understand what Jak and Daxter is and do their own thing with it. I don't want them to revel in the past. I don't want them to just make like another game like the Jak games, have it be all safe. I don't want it to be, oh man, Ratchet and Clank on PS5. Oh my god, it's like the old, oh man, Naughty Dog should make a Jak game like this. No, I want them to do something new with the series. And something that's truly theirs, you know? I dropped my controller. Those are the prerequisites for me for a new Jak and Daxter game. But having said all that, I don't think one is necessary. And I'm perfectly content with this series never receiving any new content. In an official sense, anyway. Fan content's the way to go, baby. Open goal. I want a development team that wants to work on it. Naughty Dog is very far removed from Jak and Daxter. See, that's the thing though. If Naughty Dog did want to work on it, like truly, they wanted to work on it, regardless of like divorce from any fan outcry or whatever. They truly wanted to work on a Jak and Daxter game. I would be 100% on board if that's what they want to do. I don't think they will though. That's the thing. Yeah, profit be damned. But yeah, I don't think that's what Naughty Dog wants to do, and I'm completely content with that. I'm totally fine with that. That's completely fine. But yeah, all this to say, I'm fine with the Jak series not getting new content, but if it was to get new content, a remake is totally unnecessary, and I would literally cry if they made a remake. I would just be very distraught and upset because I don't want it to happen to my actual favorite game franchise. When they did it to Klonoa, it was fucking horrible and I hated it. And it doesn't need to be a new game, but if there is, it shouldn't be a remake. It should be a new game, a totally new game from a team who wants to make it and is passionate and is very talented. That's my ultimate takeaway about the Jak and Daxter series. I'm content with the two. Mind you, I haven't argued that we need a new Jak. Sure, it's just, what did you say? You said, I'm looking for ways to revive the franchise. So, like, you're thinking of ways to, like, revive it. I guess the way you're looking at it is from, like, a practicality terms. I'm looking at it from a, idealistic way, I guess. Like, practically, yeah, I think a remake would do really well for Jak. And I think that would attract a lot of new fans and would do really well. I don't care. I don't want that. I think it's really dumb and it shouldn't happen. What are my thoughts on the Ribbit Jak movie? You know what? If it can only be a good thing. Because if it's really bad, we've at least got new content to meme about. And if it's really good, hey, we got a good movie. Let's go. So the worst thing that can happen is it doesn't get made. It's going to be mediocre. Actually, yeah, I guess that is another worst thing. It's just completely uninteresting. Like, there's not even meme potential. That would be the worst timeline. Just a drag of a movie, yeah. Though Jack and Drag would make it for a compelling movie. The only thing I ask for in a Jack movie is Dax's OG voice actor. If not, don't even bother. Max Casella did a podcast interview recently where he was asked about Jack and Daxter and if he would ever go back to it. He said that he doesn't think he can do the voice anymore. Like, just physically can't do the voice anymore. So, but you know, he said, you know, maybe, you know, never say never. So, I don't know. I think it would be good if he got back on board for it. Like, if he was able to, if he wanted to, that would be sick. But I completely understand if I would at least want Sony to reach out to him. If they don't even bother, that's fucked, you know. But you know, you know. I just need the Torn voice actor. His voice makes me feel. He did an interview a couple years back. He can still do the voice, so that's nice. Oh man! Oh my god! It's 5:30. Man, remember when I was complaining it was 3:50? Jesus. I seem to get into these remake talks, like, every stream. I will admit though, the core, I think you've provided me with the most compelling conversation about this topic. Most of the times when I talk about this, I'm just screaming into the void, and people are just like, "Huh, that's a good point. I disagree though." It's like, oh fuck, okay, great. So it was a nice combo. I'm a silly little law dude who loves his Jack and Daxter. I've yet to have someone like actually challenge me on this is all. In like, you know, in a deeper sense than just like, but I want remake, or I think remakes are good though. Oh, I like the Spyro one, you know, like. Yeah. Oh man. Oh yeah, really Jak II today. Man, we could have fucking nearly be finished the game by now if I actually kept playing. Yeah, not even any fan interaction with the Jak fans on Naughty Dog's Twitter. It's a bit of a shame, I guess. Not to bring up Star Wars again, but I think the only thing Disney has done good with the property is Andor and the first season of The Mandalorian. Everything else is a hot mess. I think that's more to do with a conversation of say it with me, kids, global capitalism, whoa, and how it just fundamentally is at odds with respecting art. Just my opinion, people just want content. Yeah, exactly.
I hate the smell of this part of the city.
People don't stop and think, is this the story that was told? And at some point, things need to end for the sake of enjoyment. My argument isn't content. Yeah, yeah. But a way to revitalize the franchise. I just I haven't heard a compelling argument for the necessity of revitalizing the franchise. I think I just don't think there's a need to. Like, the games exist, and that's enough for me. But like, especially with the Jak games, I think they are so intrinsically tied to the era they were released. They're like, I think all art essentially is, but the Jak games especially, they're like time capsules. Like, the reason the Jak II turned out the way it was because of the cultural zeitgeist, you know? I mean, like, all games are, really. All art is. Not that we need it. Yeah, like, I recognize you're not saying we need it. I just don't think it should be done unless there's a compelling reason to do so. I don't think... Trust me, bro, I even play these games on Vita. I love them. I literally platinumed the Vita versions and played them on stream. It's okay, I've suffered for these games as well. I just, I don't think a simple want for more of the games or to revitalize the franchise is enough justification for dragging them out of the dead, out of the grave, you know? But like, if we are to do so, like, I would want it to be done the proper way, and I just fundamentally disagree that remakes are a good, respectful, legitimate, valid way of doing so, even if they would be successful in achieving that goal. And in 20 years, when the PS2 is not an easy to get definitive on PS2 with CRT, the games will be accessible. It's just playing them in the definitive way will be harder and harder as time goes on. And that sucks. And I think that's more of a challenge to do with video game preservation. Like, how do we preserve CRT technology, you know? No one really has an answer for that. We've kind of just got to salvage what we can and upkeep the ones that still exist. But it's like maintaining these and maintenance on them is so highly specialized. But the people who have the knowledge to do so aren't going to be here much longer. And once they're gone, we just kind of won't know how to like properly work with this technology, because it just doesn't get made anymore. I also think it leaves so much intrigue in the franchise. The only thing that sucks is due to the limited nature of the franchise, we can't just content it to death. And I think that's fine. I don't think every franchise needs to like end at a logical endpoint. Like, I don't think every franchise needs like a definitive ending. Like, they can just end. And I think that's okay. Like not everything gets to reach its full potential or get a satisfying send-off, and I think we've just kind of got to accept that. The cookie crumbles differently, as they say. I don't know. Not every series can end as conclusively as Sly 3 did, but even then, they fucking had to drag it out of the fucking grave anyway, so... Would you be into a new game based in the world of Jak and Daxter following new characters? I don't really see the point. It's called Jak and Daxter, you know, like that kind of is like a limitation of naming a series based on like characters. But at the same time, it's like, well, if you're not going to play for Jak and Daxter, what are you playing it for? Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't see the point. I don't think... Yeah, I just don't see the point. Unless it's Britta. Make a PDF guide filled with how to make it down to its most basic component. Yeah, like I'm sure like some of the knowledge will like exist. It's just maintaining CRT TVs is such a specialized field, and it's very dangerous. Like working with CRTs is like extremely dangerous. So like, you know, once the experts have kind of died, it'll be very risky working on these things if we don't have like all our bases covered. It's just something that we've got to keep in mind. I really wish there was a way for us to like make new CRTs. That would be the dream for me. I realistically, I don't think it would ever happen. Yeah. How many times have you beaten this game? See, I kind of wish I knew. Like, I like documenting like the games I've beaten or the anime I've watched. It would be really cool to know how many times I've beaten this game. It's too many to count, I'm sorry. Also, didn't Sly 3 also allude to Sly 4 at the end? See, this is what I hate about like media comprehension. Like, Sly 3 ended so perfectly. The characters' arcs were fully wrapped up. The story reached a logical conclusion. There was no loose ends to tie up. Nothing. It was perfect. But they made a throwaway joke about Bentley making a time machine as like a haha, you know, maybe some stuff happens in the future. We'll never know. And they made a fucking game about it. Like, why? Why do you do this? Why? Why do you do this? Why do you do this? Why? Oh. It's not an alluding like, oh yeah, we're going to make a sequel. It's like a, you know, this isn't the end of the lives of these characters. They will continue to have adventures in the future sort of thing. Not necessarily like the gang as one. But things will happen in this world. But the nice thing about art is that it does end. We don't get to see everything that happens in a world because it's just impossible. It's fiction. I'll never forgive Sly 4 for what it did. Oh man, I sound so indignant. The way Evangelion has been treated as a media property is a great example of what should not happen to any media. Yeah, it's pretty gross how no matter how like a piece of media can be, no matter how sincere or radical it is, capitalism will always envelop it back into itself. Like what's the saying? All critique of capitalism will all envelop itself back into itself, or whatever, however the saying goes. It's like how fucking like all satire or like, you know, media that is critiquing capitalism ends up becoming part of the system. It becomes like commodified. Like the critique becomes commodity. It's like really depressing. Minecraft is actually the true Jak 4 sequel. Your Ma and your goal is to rebuild Haven City, and the Minecraft ends. Sure. See, we don't need Jak 4. Man, I should just call this stream Art Cannot Exist Meaningfully Under Capitalism, the stream, featuring Jak II. Because that's like the only thing we've been talking about this entire fucking stream. I didn't expect for that to happen today. But that's okay. You know, I'm really glad throughout this whole stream when I've been saying, like, you know, I've been saying these things like art can't exist meaningfully, truly meaningfully under capitalism. No one's been like, oh, but man, nah, people only make art because there's a profit incentive. We wouldn't have art if people weren't paid for it. I'm so glad no one's been fucking saying bullshit like that. It's just, whatever. It's been a good chat. I've been wanting to discuss ideas like this for a while, but due to the limitations of different platforms and my lack of IRL Jak friends, make it difficult to get ideas out. Nah, that's totally fair. I've met very few people in real life that like Jak. It sucks. Well, that's stupid? Yeah. No, I enjoyed the conversation as well. Cavemen made art on the walls. They do need yeah. But it's just patently untrue. Like, communism exists because Karl Marx thought capitalism didn't allow for people to express art more. Well, I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think it was more so he envisioned communism as a mode for us to pursue human interest, and art being the highest of human interest. I think that was basically the gist of what he was getting at. Boiled down idea, yeah. The cavemen were paid in Ungabuna coin, yeah. But Marx believed the artist was important as the engineer? Yeah, yeah. I haven't really thought about it on that level. I don't know if... Like, I value art a lot, personally. And I think the world would be a much worse place without art. But, in terms of a functioning society, I'm not sure if the value is equal there. But, you know. I was a poli-sci major at uni. Nice, yeah. Seems a few of my chatters are. I'm just a nerd who thinks the world sucks and should be better. If we lived under communism, we'd have Jak IV. Unironically. Absolutely. No, we wouldn't just have Jak IV. We'd have 50 different versions of Jak IV. Because people would be able to pursue the interests that they would like without the restrictions of fucking IP law. There wouldn't be Jak? Of course there would be. Okay, hello. I'm starting stream soon. That's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna end soon. I should have ended a while ago, if I'm being honest. Guess I won't come. I'm probably gonna go to bed soon. I hope it goes well though. I'm literally just jetboarding around because I'm unable to end the stream. Sad Lumen, I missed the discussion. He's seen me rant about this shit plenty of times. I was talking about how stupid remakes are and the existence of art under capitalism. You know, the usual stuff. Broski. Broski. Yeah, usually. I'm glad I've carved out a niche. What's your opinion on copyright and stuff? I personally have a hard time reconciling two feelings. People should make what they want, but they shouldn't steal. So, again, it comes down to capitalism. I think copyright law is a necessity under an economic system like this. I think it should be more lenient. I think it is too draconian as it is, but I don't think it. I think it is needed to exist currently as it is. You know, in the future where like the profit motive and blah 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 isn't as like much of a prevalent thing, and maybe we could have better standards of like crediting artists for their work, because the standards are pretty fucking horrible as it is. I think we could see a world in which IP law either doesn't exist. Yeah, I think we could see a world where it doesn't exist. I'm not sure that would be the ideal state of it not existing. I could see it happening though. I think something that would be a great improvement under capitalism would be to make things enter the public domain much faster. What is it, like 75 years after the creator's death at this point? Something ridiculous like that. Look at the hip-hop scene where biting another guy's art is not done, but sampling is. Yeah, like, yeah. And like imagine sampling, but like in all other different kinds of artwork, you know? Like, you know, properly credited, but like taking someone's art and using that as a way of doing something new. That's sort of what sampling is. Imagine doing that with other kinds of art forms and stuff like that. We kind of can't though. IP law is kind of restricting creative expression in that sense. Lobbying is legal, and it shouldn't be. Oh man, we really live in a democracy. Hey, it's just your democratic voice is worth a lot more if you have the power to lobby politicians and get them to change policy to suit your fucking economic interest. Oh yeah. Well, we really live in a democracy. Sounds like a remake. Oh no. It's not a remake. It's you take someone's like art and use that to achieve something new and create something new. It's like a jumping off point. Hey, Lord Sausage. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, using a sample is in a remake. Yeah, YouTube's really... I hate being a chatter in YouTube streams because it's just like, man, my messages just don't go through sometimes for no reason. It's all good here. Just switch to live chat instead of... Oh yeah, some of the messages are getting filtered like that. Oh, I should really keep that in mind. Basically, I was talking about... Oh wait, yeah, you had a lot of messages that didn't come through. Yeah, USA is very corrupt. The riches can legally lobby the lawmakers to extend public domain entrance time limit. Yeah. Talking about how horrible USA is because lobbying is legal there. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's really weird. I wish YouTube didn't do that. It's weird it doesn't show up on yeah, it doesn't show up on the screen either. That's fucked. Why isn't it live chat by default? I guess this is only a problem for small streamers because you kind of want top chat for bigger streamers because there's just so many messages to come through. I don't know. Maybe that's the reason. I got to keep that in mind. Always keep it at live chat. Big streamers don't want to see messages about lobbying. No, I think it's the multiple messages from the same person. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how YouTube determines what is top in chat. You know.
I've got suspicious activity in this sector.
Anyway, point is, we live in a fake democracy. We need to extend democracy to everywhere, including the workplace. We shall seize the means of production. All work shall be owned by the workers collectively. We will all work at worker co-ops and vote democratically how to run them. And then we shall abolish the commodity form. Alright, get to work.
I've got suspicious activity in this sector.
Good thing I don't work for a company, so you own your own labor. Hell yeah. Top just refers to top quality messages. And how the hell does YouTube determine that, you know?
Please advise. Suspect's description.
Gotta run some errands. I joined your Discord. No worries, Core. I gotta end at some point, yeah. Broke boy 600. Cool. Noted. Have a good one. I'm not a terrorist. It's okay.
Sweeping for suspect.
A ministry. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, you just spelt it differently to how I'm used to seeing it. Ministry. Right. Neat. Stop. YouTube. Just let me click off. Oh my god. What are you doing? Okay, thank you. Fuck me. Sorry, YouTube was just clicking weird. I don't know. Don't go extremely far. Many of these are already tested at multiple places, and different places have different systems. USA capitalism is scary to me, but the ones we have here is okay. Yeah, look, I don't support what the USSR was, or what modern day China or North Korea is. They're all fucking horrible. Pretty much every like socialist experiment ever done is ended fucking horrifically. Either by incompetence, by maniacal fucking psychopaths exploiting the circumstances of the time, or just like, you know, colonial capitalism fucking over whatever country in the global south is trying something other than capitalism, you know? You know, all this stuff is meant to be gradual as hell. Extend workplace democracy rights and eventually do the more radical stuff. Once we're in a much better place to do so. We're nowhere near close. Message retracted? Oh man. It's ministry in English? Yes, yes. Yes it is. Yeah, that's just on me. Yeah. Change my display name to the core on Discord. Okay, no worries. China is capitalist as heck? Yeah, exactly. China is state capitalist, which is a weird system. Yeah, yeah.
Moving to next sector.
Not any weirder than what America has going on. I don't know. The authoritarianism. It's pretty whack.
Please advise. Suspect's description.
Ugh. All right.
Nothing to report.
I'll prepare the stream. Okay, Luminar. I should probably go as well. That was a fun stream, guys. See you next year. Have to sleep now. Yeah, I'm gonna end it now. Yeah. Thanks for coming, everyone. This was one of the streams of all time. That's for sure. This was fun though. Yeah. All right. We'll see how we go when it comes to streaming more this month. I do want to finish Doom 3. Like, I really want to finish it. But we'll see how we go. 20 years of Jak II. Let's go another 20. True. Okay. Yeah. I'll see you guys later. Love you. Bye-bye.